yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Rescue life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people. people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Him fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Him fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a Jah army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a Jah army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like then I no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Him fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Him fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Him fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back, them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day.
10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through, I left the people here. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of hope. A whose pocket do I feel, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you want Juliet, well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Holness, time to go. The people we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not panic door. Holness, time to go. From Kingston to Level, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, that's not time we go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You're bringing the poor to you while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan. But 10 years later, we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate done and it just more. And when we raise the voice, so call we political. But the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Time to know the people. We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not party door. Time to know. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Holness our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people covered empty. Oh, you live so large when we living so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but we voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I'm not too late. Time to go, the people. We say no, 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not body door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, it's our time to go. have 4 feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.
He's no selector, man. We think you misunderstand. You should have never test the Rattigan. You think the money a selector? Straight sniper. Cool no street soldier. You think the money a talker? They go and go tree ready. Selector boy, prepare for me Jamaica. Booyaka. Boy, you coulda run. Run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. Run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. Selector boy. You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you. You coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. He's gonna snipe you, clown guy. You coulda run till you can't run no more.
Me no see no signal, you know.
Hide till you can't hide no more. You coulda run till you can't run no more. No, you coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you and enlive you and fry you. Select a bone for fry, cause them no bona fide. Hey, select a get on live. Select a guy get wild live. Yo. Rattigan, snipe another one. Yo. He's no selector, man. We think you misunderstand. You should have never test the Rattigan. You think the money a selector? Straight sniper. Cool no street soldier. You think the money a talker? They go and go tree ready. Selector boy, prepare for me Jamaica. Booyaka. Boy, you coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. You coulda run as fast as you can.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Talk to me, my people. Talk to me.
You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you. You coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. He's gonna snipe you, clown guy. You coulda run till you can't run no more. You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. You coulda run till you can't run no more. No, you coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you and enlive you and fry you. Select a bone for fry, cause them no bona fide. Hey, so get on live. Select a guy get wild live. Yo. Rattigan, snipe another one. Yo. He's no selector, man. We think you misunderstand. You should have never test the Rattigan. You think the money a selector? Straight sniper. Cool no street soldier. You think the money a talker? They go and go tree ready. Selector boy, prepare for me Jamaica. Booyaka. Boy, you coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. You coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. Selector boy. You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you. You coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. He's gonna snipe you, clown guy. You coulda run till you can't run no more. You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. You coulda run till you can't run no more. No, you coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you and enlive you and fry you. Select a bone for fry, cause them no bona fide. Hey, select a get on live. Select a guy get wildlife. Yo, Rattigan, snipe another one. Yo. Politicians spread lies on him, but we know the bugger them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simple tank can disarm. sides for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long the mother knows that them fire?
Mic check. Yes, my people. Yes, 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 indeed. We're back. Wanna miss me? Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. No sound? Still no sound? Delroy Gardner said no sound. Darth, yes, 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 you can hear me. Yes, you can hear me. Loud and clear. All right. Good, 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 my people. Big up on a nice, 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 nice self. Well, listen, welcome, 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 welcome. It's another Wednesday, and it means we're back. Come, 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 Reason with Rattigan, the place where you get a chance to participate in the discussion. You're not just a stranger or an observer, you're a participant. And tonight, we're planning to do just one topic. And that topic has to do with the TCN, Third Country National Program, and the Structured Migration Program and the deportee program. We're going to talk about all of them, and we're going to show you what a bunch of liars our politicians are and how they're struggling to deal with the issue. And if you go back to the posting, you'll remember what it says. It says 1 program, 2 explanations, and 1 big fat lie. All right, before we get into that, let me just big up the people, because, Wednesday night, that crowded we can actually, it's more like an intimate setting. We can talk to people and call out our brothers and sisters' name. Elaine, big up yourself, big up your nice, nice self. Thank you for all that you do. We love you like cook food. Big up yourself, Elaine. And of course, Elaine, bring up the disclaimer. But tonight we don't have any guests. But yeah, you just never know. People might stop by and start to certain things. And so I agree with you, Lynn. Let's put that up. The views or comments from the viewers or guests are theirs and theirs alone. It's not necessarily that of the platform host. Keep that in mind, folks. When we are providing an opinion, or when I'm providing an opinion, I'll let you know. Otherwise, when people talk or they write stuff in the chat, just keep in mind that it's not necessarily my opinion. All right, Beverly, big up yourself. Maximum respect to you. Sassy D. Sassy D, big up your damn self, Sassy. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Laps Coach, my people, see him there. Big up yourself, Laps Coach. Thanks for tuning in, my brother. Laura Williams. Thank you, Laura. Much appreciated. Diane, folks, it's 1 a.m. now. So, Diane, I promise you this. Once we start, you will not go to your bed because we have so many things to show you. Things that the government has been hiding, and we're going to ferret them out. We're going to pluck them out, and we're going to show them to you. And we're going to explain them in such a way that anybody, everybody will understand. So, I'm hoping you stay with us. But if you have to go, that's fine, because you can always catch a program some other time. But thank you for being here. Thanks. Richard Morrison, big up yourself, Richard. Greetings. Dana Whitaker, greetings. Patel Cruikshank. Patel, it's not my fault, it's OT's fault. I'm giving up OT. I'm putting her under the bus. I'm not put her, I shove her under the bus, Patel. Blame OT. But we will be in touch, Patel. Big up yourself. Barbara Gewa, see it there. Greetings. Egla Fletcher, good night. Egla, big up yourself. Miss P. Love, see it there. Good evening to you. Merlin Fed, Yes, yes. Merlin, no, you know Kevin is here. Kevin there, but he's not on the program, but he's monitoring the program. In fact, he helped us out a while ago because we had some, you know how it go around here. We always have some kinks with the technology. But big up yourself, Kevin. Big up yourself. Mega. Hey, Mega, this Saturday, Mega, come prepared. Because this Saturday we're playing, what we call it now? We call it dancehall and jukebox. Because I was listening to Kevin's studio the other night with Ed Robinson, and Ed pointed out that dancehall wasn't a music or a genre of music when saying so. Like, no, we have dancehall. So dancehall was the place that dancehall was more of a venue that you went to listen to music that wasn't being played on mainstream radio. But when they said dancehall, it wasn't dancehall for the music, it was dancehall for a venue. Well, this Saturday we're going to play dancehall, venue music, and we're going to play jukebox. Jukebox. So if you grew up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, Saturday night from 10 to midnight, you cannot afford to miss the program. All right. Yuan Hilton, big up yourself, just for phone. Thanks for being here. Keep it going, OT. OT there? Merle, my girl. Let me see, I know what Merle said. With this high crisis we are going through in Jamaica, how can you afford a hike in insurance? Oh, they might push up insurance because wherever you're going. Oh, wow. Jamaica. The content-rich island. The gift that keeps on giving. Joan Allen, no fire on them wire. Big up yourself, Joan. Janet Monday, good night, Janet. Welcome, Janet. Me see you have your fan on it. Hot outside. Hope it's not hot inside of your place, but me see your fan. Cheryl Allen, good night, Cheryl. Welcome. Marie May, good night, Marie. Good to have you with us. The song Sell Off, Miss P. See there. Donna Whittaker, Janet Monday. Okay, keep it going, OT. Keep it going. Keep your finger on play, on press. Keep it going. That's it. It's a hard road to travel, a mighty long way to go. Yes, but Jesus will lead all the way. See the Egla? See it there. Keep it going. Oh, you love the tune? All right, Diane. All right. It'll be on the regular playlist, on a rotating playlist. Erica, big up yourself, Erica. Make we talk now. Oh. My brethren, are you afraid? Big up yourself, are you afraid? Big up yourself, are you afraid? Keep it going. OT, you stop on I afraid. Oh, AR60, hearing you clear. Thanks. Don, loud and clear. Yes, Don, we're there. Paulette MacArthur. Yes. Good evening. Oh, Mega said, I'm sure one topic. Well, Mega, you know what? It's one broad topic. So you have maybe subtopics. So you're right, Mega. You're right. Charmaine. Audrey Marks now said she did not approach the U.S. government. We will see about that. Audrey Marks can say whatever she wants to say. Eddie, my brethren, big up yourself. Eddie, I called you today, but you know answer. Actually, I was responding to your call, Mr. Shackleford. Big up yourself. Hey, by the way, Eddie, Saturday night, a your night too. A megawatt night, but also a your night. You have to tune in. Delroy Garden. Yes. Son of Yahweh. Yes. Big up yourself. Brave 876. Learn more from this program than anything the government is keeping. Yeah. Thank you, Brave. Thank you. Big up yourself. Roderick Gallimore. Yes. Be up on the thing. Oh, you mean you put in OT under the bus? No, just for a shub, not put her, shub me a shubar. Keep it going, OT. Got a bed etymology. Yes. Big up yourself, got keep the fire burning, Roderick. Yes, you know, we have to do that. But I feel like me feel like me not there for a while. I don't know why. Jeffrey Warrell, that is. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Yeah, the team, of course. We have OT, we have producer Joan, and we have Kevin where you're there, Stu. And of course, on the wings, we have the man called Ifrey. Keep it going, OT. Patricia Banton. Yes. Thank you very much for bigging up everybody, including the classmates. Leonie Denton. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Leonie. Miriam, good night to you, Miriam, wherever you are. I hope all is well. Thanks for tuning in. Yes, OT. OT, that's it? That's it. Okay. All right. Folks, there has been a lot said about this deportee program. They've been the government has been calling it by several names, but at the end of the day, it's about deportee program. But there's one thing I want to play a quick video for you, and it's about perspectives. And why do I say it's about perspectives? It's about perspectives because there's a saying. They say where you stand depends on where you sit, or where you sit depends on where you stand. Because we look at things, we claim that we look at things objectively, but think about it. We all have our biases. We all. No matter how much you say, I'm objective and I can see things through clear lens. You know. There's certain, but we all have our biases, and there's certain things that we will give some leeway to. And it's based on our biases. How do you get your biases? You get your biases from several areas. Your community, school, your home, your job, TV, social media. You get your biases from almost everywhere. When I say get your biases, you're exposed to certain things. And then when you accept certain things, you start seeing issues through a certain light. So that's how you come around with your biases. I want to show you this video. And you may ask, well, what does bias have to do with anything? And it is about how we see things. We have several videos on that, but hey, Sister Dea, you know. Sister Dea, see her in a place, and so we don't hesitate, we don't hitch when she run the place. See her people. Sis, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Well,
Thank you, man. Thank you.
They were just a quick preview to everybody. Where's the video? Two people. Oh, here it is, folks. Here it is.
People can.
Yeah, hold on. I hear you say good evening, and you love them like cook food.
With completely different ideas about what just transpired.
Like
right?
childhood, for example.
Exactly.
Siblings don't grow up with the same parents because of perception.
Exactly. I often use the example of two children. They live in two different houses right next door. They're both about 5, 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
One kid goes into the kitchen and puts his hand on the stove, and he burns his hand because his mom's been cooking. And the other kid next door hears all of this, so he goes into the kitchen, he touches his stove, but his mom wasn't cooking and he has no burn. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The other kid is forever going to be frightened of stoves. He's never going to be a chef anytime unless he consciously rewires his subconscious.
Yeah.
Someone has to teach him that, or he has to teach that himself.
And those are the things we're aware of.
Right.
It's all the stuff we're not aware of that's really in charge of us, right?
Right.
Right. So the whole purpose of that is that the experience will determine to a large extent your biases and how you view them, right? The reason why I mentioned that to you is this deportation issue. I'm asking you to stay with me, walk with me through this, because it depends on how you look at it. Do you look at it from the perspective of the government? Do you look at it from the perspective of the people, Jamaicans, at home and abroad? Or do you look at it from the perspective of the American government? Because the way you look at it will determine how you explain it. It will determine how you see it long term, right? I'll give you an example. The American government does not see the third country national program the same way as Jamaicans. They don't. Because the US government is saying, we have a problem and we want to get rid of this problem. The Jamaican government is not saying that. It's not saying we have a problem and we want to get rid of the problem, because they're receiving these people. So the question then is, how does the Jamaican government view this, the TCN program? And that is a vexing question, because we haven't heard a credible statement as to how they view it and what's in it for the Jamaican people and the Jamaican government. The Jamaican people, on the other hand, they make up their mind already. Them say, hey, and it's because the government has failed to provide leadership on this issue. The government cannot be trusted. It has proven time and time again. And this is proof positive that we can't believe everything. We can't believe what they're saying about this issue, because we hear from Minister Dana Morris Dixon, the year one version. You talk to Minister Chang, it's another version. You talk to the Prime Minister, it's another version. And there are some people that you don't hear from, that they should be front and center on this issue. And I'll tell you who they are. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. She should be there. Minister Pernell Charles Jr., he should be there. It's a labor issue. Which one is a labor issue? Certainly not the TCN, but the structured migration program. And you hear them talk about the structured migration program. Well, we're going to show you tonight who's in charge of the structured migration program and what the structured migration program is about. Don't listen to the Prime Minister telling you all kind of fat. He's saying these things because he knows that there's a certain group within the population that whatever he says, they'll take it and run with it. It's gospel. But he also knows that a substantial amount, a significant amount of us, when we listen to him, we parse his words. We listen to him carefully, and because we don't trust him, we try to verify. And when we try to verify, what do we find? Contradictions. We'll find illogic. We'll find things where no go so. And that is what Sis and I, and all of you, family, tonight we're going to talk about this thing here, right? So, before we do that, let me move. Let's start with this one. Let's start with this one.
Take people from third countries. So we are active, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are active, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you?
No, here's the thing. People might find it offensive. They use all kinds of adjectives to describe what Secretary Mark Rubio just said. But keep in mind, he's representing a country and he's representing a policy. The question is, what has Jamaica done with the TCN? How has it been received by the Jamaican politicians, particularly our leaders? Specifically, our prime minister and the cabinet. How? You'll hear them tell you, oh, we negotiated with them. People, let me stop it right there. Let me stop it right there and say this to you. There is no equality between the partners when the US government sits down with the Jamaican government. Do not let them fool you about Jamaica is an independent country and we're a sovereign nation. Them can't say that when they talk to Antigua, when they talk to Trinidad, when they talk to CARICOM, them can't say that. They cannot say that when they sit down with the US government. Might is right. Remember that. As much as you may despise what the Americans are doing, but you also must pay attention to what the Jamaicans are doing and what they're saying. I said it before on Saturday, and let me give you the benefit of my experience. They talk about bilaterals. I've worked on bilaterals. They talk about these MOUs. I've worked on these MOUs. They talk about diplomatic notes. I've drafted those myself. Let me tell you. When the US government walks in, it's simply this. Gentlemen, ladies, the President of the United States wants this, whatever this is, to happen by August, whatever the time period is. Let's make it happen. The only discussions that will take place from that is, okay, how soon can we get it done? And that's it. There is no discussion about pushing back on it to say, no, we're an independent nation. We're sovereign. You can't do that to us. No such discussion will take place. Now, I've never sat in a room discussing these types of things with the Jamaican government, but I've sat in rooms discussing many issues with other governments. And here's what I'm about to tell you. I've spoken to several high-ranking Jamaican government officials who said to me, Rattigan, you're right. You're right. When we sit down with them, it's not a matter of, once they said the president wants this, it's over. Once they said the Secretary of State wants this, it's over. One of the reasons, let me show you something. One of the reasons why it's over before it even starts is this. Take a look at this, folks. We showed it before, but sometimes we have to keep pounding these things. See it here. Want to remember this? This is last year's statistics, you know. Of course, you can't get 2026 statistics because you have to wait for the end of the year. And if you look, you see it's January 2025. January 2025. There it is. To December 2025. Look at that. Import. Jamaica imports $2.8 billion worth of goods from the United States. Look at number 2, China. We import what? 878 million. The second place is way, way, way behind the first place. Go to the right side. Look at export, who we sell to. We sell to the United States 667 million. Look at number 2, Russia, 186 million. China not even in the top 5. You see that? You see that? China not buying anything from us. We're buying from China. Now, when you have this kind of economic dependence on a country, that country can tell you to go eat you know what, and you have to eat until them tell you to stop. Do not forget that most of the tourists coming to Jamaica, they're coming from where? They're coming from the United States. All the United States has to do is to say, travel advisory, 4. Americans won't be traveling to Jamaica. And trade, we're going to slow it down. So you understand that there is no parity when they sit down at the table. When they say, the President of the United States wants this. End of story. End of story. And you've heard Secretary of State Rubio said, this is what we're going to do. So then the question is, okay, so it's going to be done. Jamaica can't stop it, right? But I said, Jamaica can't stop it. There are ways that you can do certain things, to either delay it or to get a much smaller program. But the key to all of this is that you have to come and explain to your people. This is something, you see, when the Prime Minister had told up unemployment, that was the time for him to come to Parliament and speak to the Jamaican people and say, listen, we have something called a structured migration program, and we're going to utilize it because we are at almost full employment and blah, 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 blah. That's when he should have done it. He didn't do it. When did he do it? He did it, last week, week before, when the Third Country National Program came to the fore. That's when he did it. Too late. Because no matter what him do now, you hear him say we are conflating it. Believe it or not, there is a program called the Structured Migration Program, you know. But it's not what the Prime Minister described. The way how he's describing it, it's not. The migration program, what I'm talking about is for farm workers and hospitality workers. If you come to America, work a little money, get some experience and go back home. There's nothing in terms of the U.S. sending skilled workers to Jamaica. And he said, that's what we're going to talk about. That's nonsense, because Minister Chang says the average salary in Jamaica is what, 7,000 US a year. No doctor going to leave Jamaica, no skilled person going to leave Jamaica. I mean, leave the US and come Jamaica for work for that kind of money. It's nonsense. So what I want to know is, before we get into this, I'm going to start show you some things. I want to bring in Sis and have Sis. There's one other video I want to play. And this is why people are complaining, say, if you know, them can't come here and blah, 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 blah. And by the way, the house that they showed in St. Mary, I'm appealing to my people. I'm appealing to your brothers and sisters. Don't do anything rash. We can protest, but don't get into vandalizing people's property, particularly when we don't have enough evidence that what we have heard is actually true, that that particular property has been earmarked to receive TCNs. I haven't seen anything saying that is the case. I've seen a report on TV identifying the house, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that. And therefore, I can't go beyond that. And we must think before we do these things, because put yourself in the person's position. If it's true that it's at Airbnb, then you're going to destroy that person's business. And that could be you. You could be the owner of that thing. And think about how you would feel knowing that your place is not earmarked to receive TCNs, but somehow it's been identified as such, and then people go and burn down the place and go and destroy your business. So what I would suggest to you, that particular property, let's just wait and see. Don't do anything. And even if we wait and we see them there, I would still say, don't vandalize the property. Don't burn the property down. I'm appealing to you. I'm appealing to you. I'm appealing to you. All right. One quick video and then Sis, we'll bring on Sis. Here we go.
To see or not see an immigrant changes dramatically.
Go back.
Your ability to see or not see an immigrant changes dramatically with your standard of living and how things are going.
Mm-hmm.
I think people really take that for granted.
Yeah.
When you're doing well, when your economy is doing well, when things around you are doing well, you'll be shocked at how you don't notice immigrants. They're sort of silently existing in your world because things are going well, because you don't see them. You don't notice the guy at the corner shop has an accent in that way when you've got enough money and the prices are affordable and your wages have kept up.
Yeah.
You don't notice the immigrant in the hospital bed next to you when you're also getting care. You don't notice. But a system that is failing its people is inevitably going to have its people notice the people who are not quote unquote its people, because they're like, wait, what is? I don't understand. You're saying we don't even have enough for us.
Yeah.
Then why do we have enough for them? And I think of it genuinely through like the most personal lens. When we had food in my house, and my mom was always like, please go give those street kids this food, give that homeless guy this, give that. She did that her whole life. She still does that, right? I remember in my life when we were doing well in the house, like when we had a full fridge, I never noticed it. I would run over giddy to that guy and I'd give him bread and stew and some money. I didn't notice it. It's when my mom opened her purse when it was empty, took out her last 10 Rand note and said, go give it to that guy. And I was like, this woman has lost her goddamn mind. Genuinely.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think she's amazing for like doing that, but I won't lie to you. As a kid, I was like, nah, lady. I was like, that guy there, he should not be getting our money in any way, shape, but we have nothing.
Yeah.
And then she was like, no, you think we have nothing. We don't have nothing yet. He has nothing. We're just doing badly right now.
Sis, floor is yours.
Greetings and salutations. Yeah, and to everybody in the chat, a blessed Tuesday evening to all. And I hear you as somebody you say you love them like cook food, and that's a wonderful thing. I love Andrew, and it's like I love Aki because I'm allergic to it. So you know, it's a wonderful. Thanks for having me in the space. You know, it's a blessing. And you said Jamaica is content rich. Sometimes when you sit down and you stop to think of what is happening, you ask yourself the question, where do I begin? You know, because we do it for the sake of making the place a better space for all who wants to live there, live in peace, enjoy life, and live free of corruption. But I listen to you talk about the various interpretations. And before I go there, I can be on for 1 hour because I have some time-sensitive work to do. You talk about the different narratives that are coming from various, depending on who speaks at the podium, you get a different explanation of what is happening. But you have to take what the US says as the truth, and then the truth cannot be offensive. So if they're going to find offense in what is being said, then they're being disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? The person tell you who they are, you got to believe them. That's what they say, that's what they mean. But the Jamaican government interpreting how they perceive what is being said is just being done to influence their narrative. So it is really not about the merits of the argument, you know. It's just about the narrative and their ability to convince people to believe what it is that they are saying, given that there is a serious trust deficit with the government right now. So in order for and the thing is, the opposite of what is happening is louder than their narrative. So they're now trying to wrestle it back and get control of it. But it cannot get control of it because they were dishonest from the get-go, because had it not leaked to the newspaper, to this day, nobody would know about it. So the leaking of it, I think, has helped to make it impossible for them to craft a narrative around what this is all about. So, you know, that is one of the things that is happening. And you talk about the government not coming to the people to explain to them as they should what is happening. Like, you know, I heard it was Bert Samuels talking about, you know, when Melissa was coming, talk to the people, you prepare the people, get them ready so they understand that this is serious. They have to prepare, you know, prepare accordingly. So why was this same thing not done, given that persons will be imposed on persons in their spaces, personal spaces? So why was it not done? But you also have to understand that the Prime Minister is yet to speak to the country on the effects of the war on the people. even though the people are feeling it on the ground with the increase in gas, increase in food, increase in energy bill, all of that. So it is part of a bigger problem with the prime minister that he just has a serious lack of respect for the Jamaican people. And this is not something new. He has been doing it ever since he became prime minister. Because if you listen to anything that he said prior to becoming prime minister, he was penitent and he was empowering the people on how they should conduct themselves as it relates to holding the government accountable. Now that he's in the position of leadership, you ought not to hold him accountable. You ought not to, ask him any questions. And it is rather unfortunate. But when you listen to all the different spins coming about this one issue, you have to ask yourself, where in all of that lies the truth? And the only truth that you can come to, conclusion that you can come to of a truth, is what was said by the Secretary of State. Might be offensive, might be crude, but he told it like it is. So, therein lies the problem.
Okay. All right. What I'm gonna do now, folks, is I don't see it here. Hold on. Government under fire. Is this it? OT Cliff Hughes with there's a video with Cliff Hughes talking to all right, no. Where's it? Let me see. My chart. We make up chart for that, Where's my chart, OT? My chart. Me not see my chart. See it, yeah. All right, folks, I want you to pay close attention to this chart here. I want you to pay close attention to the chart. Actually, start up at the top left. You see November 2024 US presidential election. What I'm showing you is the appearance and the disappearance of Audrey Marks. Because remember what they said. They said Audrey Marks was the chief spokesperson for the Jamaican government in this. Because in this structured migration program, because they're saying that it's two programs, structured migration program and the third country national program. One person they're saying is central to this, and this is the government speaking. They're saying it's Audrey Marks. And the Prime Minister said that in her role as ambassador, she would have discussed the structured migration program. That's a 10,000 people program. One of them said 10,000, up to 10,000 people would come to Jamaica. He's saying she would have discussed this while she was in office as the ambassador in Washington, D.C. I say to him, Mr. Prime Minister, based on what I know and based on what I will show now, you are a damn liar. You're a liar. And I'll show you. Hit me, OT. Fling it up there. All right. See this? November 2024 US presidential. Here's what happens. And those of you who live in America, you know this. When you have a presidential election that year, nothing really gets done. You know why? Because the person who's running for re-election, or if the president who's running for re-election, or if there's no president running for re-election, it's just two candidates. You don't know who's going to win, and you don't know what their policies will be concerning foreign affairs. You really don't. So you have to wait until after the election, and the State Department, they're not going to jump into creating policies with you for fear that after the election, that policy is going to be aborted, that they wasted all of this time, and then the new person come in, and that's it. And I can give you an example. I remember when I was in the FBI, I was working on a wildlife project. I remember that. And we were working with the State Department on putting on a wildlife symposium. And we found out that Prince Charles was doing the same thing at about the same time at the same place that we were planning to do it. But even so, I remember when I was talking to my supervisor about it. And I said to him that Hillary Clinton, this was one of her pet projects, that we need to move forward with this project because when she wins, then we would have already started this thing. And he said to me, you don't know if she's going to win. And if she doesn't win, we would have wasted all of this time working on this project for naught. So point I'm making is that during an election year, you don't have a whole, especially like a few months before the election, you really don't get a lot of things going on with State Department, with all of these foreign policies, except, the really significant ones. This was not a significant one. So what happened in 2020, November 2024, we had the presidential election. So no agreement could have been discussed at that time. None. In 2025, January, we have the inauguration of President Trump. So from November to January, nothing is going to be discussed because they're getting their transition teams, they're doing this, they're trying to put people in place. They've not enough time to listen to no structured migration program. March, guess what happened in March? Audrey Marks suddenly, under the cover of darkness, left the United States. She demitted her position. No explanation given. Now, I'm being told that she was asked to leave because she had done her 5 years, and I was told that. And if you remember, there was a situation in Jamaica where they were talking about, I think it was about the same time, they were talking about the same-sex couple that was supposed to be assigned to the embassy in Jamaica. And the Jamaican government was up in arms about it. And then this thing came up around the same time saying, well, if you're overseas, if you're in the United States for 5 years, then you have to go. She left, and she had on her calendar, she had a lot of things planned, and she left suddenly. She didn't even have time to overlap with her successor to take the person, which is Anthony Anderson, take him around, have him meet people and all of this stuff. It was sudden. She was, in my opinion, she was chased out of town. That happened in March. So remember now, the 2024, nobody know why you're not about no structured migration program. 2025, you don't even have time to discuss that. The next time we hear about Audrey Marks having meetings with the United States, with United States officials, is in December of last year. And who did she meet with? She met with officials from the Defense Department and Homeland Security. I suspect that State Department was there as well. Remember now, she's talking about a labor program. You know who's not there? The U.S. Department of Labor. Noticeably absent. You know who else is not there? The Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. She had reps at that meeting, but she was noticeably absent. You know who else wasn't there? The Minister of National Security and Peace. Now, tell me, how is Ambassador Marks going to discuss structured labor program with defense officials and Homeland Security people? Homeland Security people who are responsible for deporting people. How is that possible? Then in this year, 2026, she had another meeting in Florida. Who was at the meeting? Department of Defense or Department of War officials. And we've been told that Homeland Security officials. Again, Department of Labor not there. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith not there. She had reps there, but at this high-level meeting, she should be there. The Prime Minister said, oh, no, Audrey Marks went and represented me. What about the ambassador in Washington, D.C.? He wasn't there. Minister of National Security and Peace wasn't there. Colonel Charles Jr. wasn't there. Audrey Marks, whose ministry, I will play you when she describe, you will hear her describe in her own words what her job is. and her job has nothing to do with foreign affairs or dealing with immigration matters. But she's there. Ask yourself, why? I was told that when the Prime Minister had his run-ins with Audrey Shaw about leading the JLP, remember that debacle? That there were 3 women who supported him to the hilt. 3 women who said, we're going to die with you. We're not going to give you up. We're not going to run you and support Audrey Shaw. The 3 women, Babsy Grange, Kamina Johnson-Smith, and Audrey Marks. Those 3 women. He will never touch those 3 women. Never. And he has the utmost faith and confidence in Audrey Marks. That colossal failure called Audrey Marks. The Prime Minister has faith and confidence in her to have her go represent Jamaica at a conference dealing with defense and national security matters and immigration matters. And he has people there who can deal with this. I don't know why, if he suddenly lost faith in Kamina Johnson-Smith, I don't know. But she wasn't there. No. Let me show you. Move that to me there, OT, please. Let me show you something. Yeah. Now, look at this. Ask, Google this question here about the structured migration and Jamaican Ministry of Labor. And look what it says. It says here, move that. It says right here, the Jamaican Ministry of Labor and Social Security manages structured migration primarily through its overseas employment programs. This includes the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program with Canada and similar H2A, H2B frameworks in the US. Take a look at this. Another one there? Hold on. All right, see it here. This is what I'm talking about, the skill programs. See who are the minister there? He deals with that. And hear him say, the government of Jamaica is committed to connecting our skilled Jamaican workforce with meaningful employment opportunities, meaning overseas. We value the programs and partnerships that ensure every Jamaican has a pathway to prosperity at home and overseas. So that's Colonel Charles Jr., noticeably absent in all of the meetings. Whether it is they've talked with the structured migration program or the TCN, what is nowhere around. But we see that that's his responsibility. Now, when I'm telling about skilled workers, so we're trying to bring skilled workers to Jamaica. Look upon the skilled workers, them. Look upon what it means, skilled workers. See it right there, so? Because them have this thing called the JCLO and the BWICLO. Them have all kind of CLO, LO, all kind of organizations. But this is going to give you the history of the program. Talk about the 1940s, 50s, 56 to 60, 70s to present. Here's where from 2001 to present. It says here, the JCLO, which is a Jamaica Central Labor Organization. It says, shifts focus exclusively to Jamaican workers, facilitating the employment of over 5,000 workers annually across 30 U.S. states. And listen to the skilled workers, them know. Agriculture and hospitality. That is a skilled worker program. Agriculture and hospitality. Agriculture, you go cut cane. Hospitality, you come and work at a hotel, you make beds, you do all of the stuff, you get some training, you get a little bit of money, and then you come back to Jamaica. That is the skills program them talk about. Now, let me ask you something now. How many people you know working in America, so-called skilled workers, would actually come to Jamaica and work for $7,000 US a year? How many? How many?
Yeah.
How many? And this is all of this is right here now. Then put this in front of us. We're not for dig too deep for find it. See it right there, son? This money in charge. This is a structured migration program, by the way, that they might talk about. And they might tell people this, and a full of people, and people not reading. Well, a reading deficit, you know. Sis say it all the time. Right? And see me again. See it here, right there, so? Ministry of Labor and Social Security. All of this program that they're talking about. It's all coming through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And we don't see him present. Let me remove that. We don't see him present. Now, sis, I don't know if you've seen this, but I'd like to get your take on this. This happened a day ago. Right? Here it is. Look at that. In Ghana, human rights lawyers, they're suing the Ghanaian government over third country deportation deal with the US. Here it is right here.
Mm-hmm.
An international coalition of human rights lawyers and advocates sued Ghana on Tuesday, accusing the government of forcing deportees from the US back to their home countries they had fled in violation of their rights. And that's exactly what's going to happen to Jamaica when the people come, file for asylum, and they're denied. You're going to have to send them someplace. It is right there. June 30th. June 30th. Yeah, yesterday. There it is. So the Prime Minister come with them foolishness and no one tell people that kind of nonsense. When them say right here that right here that TCN separate from structured migration talks. What I'm saying to you people is this. The TCN program and the structured migration programs that they're talking about, they're two different programs. But when they engaged the US, it was about only one program. It was about TCN. And when they got caught and couldn't explain it, they said, let's just tell them, say it's a structured migration program that Audrey Marks was talking about when she was ambassador. And we know that's not true. She didn't do it. She didn't have time to do it. And even if she did, that's something that you would have seen meetings between them and State Department and Department of Labor. The US Department of Labor was nowhere near any of these talks. And you must go through the US Department of Labor. You should go through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in Jamaica if you're talking about these labor issues. And those two entities were missing. So it is my opinion that based on what I've seen, based on the sequence of events and the timing and all of that, that they were talking about only one program, and that's the TCN program. You notice you didn't hear Secretary Rubio talk about the structured migration program. You never hear him talk about that? No. Because it was not on the agenda. You never hear him talk about that. So when the Prime Minister comes, this is like I said, it's one program. One, meaning the only program they discussed was the TCN. They have two explanations. They said, oh, you're conflating the TCN with the structured migration program. There are two different programs. One is for 10,000, one is for 25 every 2 weeks. And it's all one big fat lie because they only discussed one program and one program only. Sis, let me give you the floor because I know.
You say, you always say, oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first you deceive. But the thing is, Rattigan and everybody in the chat, because the government has a history of lying to the people about matters of national importance, and it becomes 9-day talk, they keep doing it and doing it, not expecting that people are really going to take the time out to dissect all that is being said, look at the facts that are in front of us, and present them as they are. And everything is in what Secretary Rubio said. So nothing Andrew said or Dana Morris or whomever makes any sense anymore. Because at one point, Minister Chang said, what was leaked is not what he is talking about when he was at the cabinet press briefing last week. What kind of nonsense is that? Then the Minister of Information and Education was interviewed. She said, well, it's, they're getting engineers and, you know, these workers, right? Engineers. Like one person said they're getting professional pedophiles and they're getting professional rapists and they're getting professional thieves. So, you know, and then you have the Prime Minister who is now putting his own spin on things. And none of it lands well, Rattigan. None of it lands well because they're not telling the truth. You know, it would be better if the government had just come out and say, you know what? Apologize for not saying it, bringing it to the parliament and saying it in the first place. I think people would not be so angry toward. They would be angry, but not as angry towards them as based on the fact that they lied to them. And had it not been leaked, nobody would have known. Now that it has been leaked, it is all out there in the open. The MOU is a big secret. And the question is, what is really in the MOU? Are there persons on the ground? Where are these persons located? And you see how this one issue has galvanized Jamaicans from all walks of life. And so they've galvanized them, and they're now talking about all the issues that have been bothering them from 2016. You see? So, and we always say that it's going to take, if they keep pushing them and pushing them, something is going to cause them to push back. And this is the straw that broke the camel's back, because now it's on everybody's doorstep and nobody wants this to be in their neighborhood. So that is the kind of pushback that we're seeing. And the truth is, the narrative has left the government a long time. So the best thing that they can do is to just come forward and just be truthful. Just say it like it is. Because then they'll be able to salvage a little bit of respect from the people, because they can say, well, at least they told the truth. But no truth is being told here. People don't read. Many of them cannot read. And so they don't really know what is going on. So it is left up to platform like yours, Mystic and others, to really put the information out there and inform them. But on this particular issue, they are very well informed. And they're not having it. They are not having it. And it is time for the government to come clean and really stop lying to the people. Stop lying, because when they lie, people die. And that is what we have happening here.
Yep, indeed. Folks, let me show you something here. Cliff Hughes with Audrey Marks. Let me show you something. Cliff Hughes with Audrey Marks. Let me see if
this week we have with us a responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation, Ambassador Audrey Marks. Good morning, Minister.
Good.
Play over. Efficiency, digital transformation.
What your ministry is about? What is this week we have with us a minister with responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation, Ambassador Audrey Marks. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Cliff. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I am well, thank you.
First.
All right. You hear that? She's the minister with the responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation. Where does it say labor in any of that? Where does it say immigration in any of that? But you know what? Let's go a bit further. Please play OT so you can hear from her own mouth what her job description is. Please, OT, go ahead.
Tell us what your ministry is about. What is the mandate? It's a new ministry, yes? Tell us what is the mandate, what is it here to deliver?
So we went through a period where our focus was on stabilization. It was all about getting our fiscal house in order. That involved quite a bit of contraction of the economy in terms of just making sure we get out of the debt trap we were in and the cycle that we were in at the time. So we did that for just about 8 years. And you'll recall back in November 2024, the Prime Minister stated it's now time to pivot to growth. An essential part of our growth agenda is to modernize the public sector. You'd have heard the PM speak about Aspire, and within this Aspire, the SPEED program. And that involves cutting bureaucracy, using technology to drive growth. So essentially, my job is to work across the government to increase efficiencies in the government and use technology to do so, and in so doing also promote innovation. And I do feel, especially privileged to be given this opportunity coming from the private sector, where I had a lot of battles to get this sort of support from the government for private sector innovation. So it's really a joy to be put in a position where I can be almost a private sector advocate in the government to create a platform that will help drive growth and innovation in the country.
That's a big, big job. The Jamaican public sector civil service, like many British colonial civil service in the post-independence period,
Yes.
is notorious for bureaucracy. Notorious.
Yes.
Yeah? And how are you going to deal with that legacy, that culture, that everything must be paper-based, and you push paper and it sit down on somebody's desk, and at their convenience, you are getting an update?
Yes. So that culture is there primarily because there is also a fear that if I don't do things this way, I can be held responsible for discretion. So I've found that out as I started the process, that people actually want to be more efficient, they want change, but they want to know that the policies and the regulations facilitate the efficiencies that we're all looking for, which is why you notice that I've started with looking at the laws of the country, the policies, the regulations that can provide a platform to drive the efficiencies we're looking for.
All right. So the program I shut up about named Speed. See it, yeah? See it right there, son. Speed for fast and efficient services for Jamaicans. Fast and efficient services, not for foreigners. For fast and efficient services. Look at this. One of them is tax administration. So you can pay taxes, I forgot through a whole bunch of stuff. The JCF. So that when you call, and this is a program which part them a thief the money. Because a long time them said them will do something like this, and now she come and say she'll make it happen. Ministry of Finance, business incentives and easier compliance. Ministry of Labour, where is Pernell Charles C. Jr. Faster work permits and approvals for digitized application system. Now, folks, tell me where all of that have to do with this. Tell me where all of that have to do with this.
What is the greatest hindrance to efficiency? Corruption.
In Jamaica,
Yes. Corruption
Starts at the top. The greatest hindrance is the office of the prime minister and come down.
is, and it is riddled with corruption. So how can she, she's talking about efficiency and moving fast and moving fast. You're going to digitize things. But the infrastructure that is necessary to build out these things, Rattigan, is not there, So you'd first have to build up the infrastructure. And if you see, and you know what it is too, has what she's talking about, was it budgeted for this fiscal year? That's another thing. So they come out and they make these lofty promises, and it's a government of acronyms and everything. You have speed, you have Spark, you have Reach. Everything is just an acronym, and they're going nowhere fast because they're really not serious about getting anything done. Because here is, if they were serious about getting anything done, how did Minister Vaz get $1.4 billion for school buses? Because I'm not saying they don't have there's a bureaucratic humbug, but it cannot be used as a crutch for everything when the problem is really corruption and the dishonesty of this administration. That is a real problem, That is because every agency you mentioned there, Rattigan, that needs to be digitized is our agencies and ministries that are bleeding money, hemorrhaging money.
Yeah.
So it's not about efficiency.
The video I just show you. Let me just move it. Let me show you this is the Jamaican. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Let me play it again. This is the Jamaican side of what happened. Then we're going to show you the US side. Here it is again. See that? Discussions focus on regional security and areas for expanded cooperation. Regional security. You see, on the US side, not one of them is from Department of Labor. Not one. They are from the State Department and Homeland Security.
Yeah.
That's the Jamaican video. Look what the US put out. I can't read it for you because I don't know if I big it up because Kevin not there, right? There it is, right? It says US Embassy Jamaica. Senior advisor to the Secretary of War, Patrick Weaver, and acting assistant secretary for Homeland Defense and the Western Hemisphere, Joseph Humery, met in Kingston yesterday with Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Ambassador Audrey Marks, and Permanent Secretary Ambassador Rocky Mead. They held constructive discussions on strengthening U.S.-Jamaica security and defense cooperation and deepening our broader bilateral partnership. This meeting was hosted by Ambassador Audrey Marks. So tell me now, where does this fit into efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation?
Exactly.
Where?
Misleading. It's misleading. And then they talk about misinformation and disinformation. Yeah, former ambassador. That is true. Okay.
Hold on, let me say something here.
Hello?
Oh, hold on. Here's another, hold on, say something else here. Hold on, let me see this here. Oh, this is the same one. So, this idea now, and they were saying that the U.S. government approached them, and the U.S. government sent out a diplomatic note saying, no, we were approached by you guys, which is unlike the U.S. government. They don't send out dip notes, and in fact, they don't send out dip notes to the press. And the Gleaner said we have a diplomatic note from the U.S. Embassy saying that it was the government of Jamaica that approached them about this.
The very next day. Because after the Gleaner printed their article and there was this, furore over who did what, when, why, where, and how, then they came out and said, no, not so fast. You did this. And then name who did it.
Let me see if this video is
for efficiency, innovation,
Oh,
and
that's,
digital transformation.
that's the one with there are two videos here. Hold on. Let me move this one, yeah. This one here, OT with okay, here it is.
Minister, I know you're pressed for time and you warned me about time, but we have some big issues to tackle very quickly. And King, are you ready? Yeah? Okay, good.
Whilst the mic is adjusted, Cliff, I'm pressed for time because I travel today. I go to attend an energy conference in Suriname, and then I have an official visit to Guyana. So I'll be out of country for some time.
How long?
A few days.
Okay.
And therefore, I thought it would be best to address these issues before I leave because, these issues sometimes take unnecessary route.
Mm-hmm. And the first question that Jamaicans want answered, your cabinet minister, former ambassador to the US, Audrey Marks, did she offer Jamaica, would be willing to accept up to 10,000 illegal aliens?
Listen to the line now.
In America.
Oh, by the way, people, that's why I'm glad I showed you the chart to show you what 2024, showed you 2025, show you 2026, and those dates we're talking about Audrey Marks and what she would have been doing during that time period. Listen to this line now.
Well, I suspect you mean in Jamaica.
In Jamaica.
But absolutely not. I think there is a conflation of two separate programs.
Oh.
One program which we know about now, which is the Third Country National Program, which by now possibly about 30 countries would have had. Last check it was about 28 would have had.
Let me just explain something to you people. You see, what he's doing here now is, as Sis would say, is throwing out a narrative. I'm going to throw the bait.
Mm-hmm.
He got briefed. He got briefed. I know them things are working on. I know them. As my friend Mohammed Shakatli in Riyadh would say, I know these things, my friend. I know these things. Right? What happened is that he sat down and said, how are we going to explain this to the people of Jamaica now?
Exactly.
As them said to him, said, listen, there's another program, and what we have to do is just say that people are conflating them and they're two different programs. And then what we do with that is that we confuse the people, and then they won't be able to focus on TCN because you can always rely on this other explanation, this thing. But as I showed you before, there's nothing in there that they had a conversation with the US government from 2024 till now. Nothing in there where they talk about a structured migration program. We haven't seen anything. We know about the TCN. So you got when you go and you sit on Cliff Hughes program, just tell Cliff, because listen, I told Cliff Hughes this back in 2026, I think it was, or 2025, December. I remember I was talking to him, about crime. And I said to him, it had to do with, you know what it had to do with? It had to do with Ambassador Tapia saying that he didn't know anything about the revocation of Minister Vaz's visa. He went to Cliff Hughes and he said that. And I called Cliff Hughes and said, Cliff, you see, whenever you talk to these people and you want to really find out how the State Department works, call me. Call me, because I said to him, it is a virtual impossibility that a Jamaican official, a minister's visa is going to be revoked and it's not discussed with the ambassador. It is impossible.
Right.
It's impossible. Even if he's not there, the charge, which is a person who take over, because when you have an ambassador, they don't call, and he's away on leave or whatever, you have the title is charge. If you don't have an ambassador, like when the election and somebody leave, then you have a deputy ambassador. And I said, in either case, that charge, that deputy ambassador would be required to brief the ambassador and say, Mr. Ambassador, here's what's going on. And would tell him, it's possibility. And I tell Cliff Hughes that. And That's why these people, they will not come around on a program like this, a program like Miss. They won't. Because we are going to ask the pertinent question. And not only are we going to ask the pertinent question, we do the research or we have the experience. So when we ask the question, students, what we do when we ask question? What we do when we quickly tell me, what we do before we ask questions? Come on, man, we're not slow down the thing. Talk to me, no, man. What we do before we ask questions? Why not take so long tonight? Not sleep or what? When my people, see there? But no, everybody are chuck on for it. See there? The questions when we are asked, we already know the answers. So they're not coming around here. You know how many times I've invited the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet to come, including Jeffrey's good friend, Mr. Senator Marlon Morgan. You know how many times I've invited, Robert Nestor Morgan. You know how many times I've invited Kamina Johnson Smith. You know how many times I've invited the Minister of National Security and Peace, Horace Chang. You know how many times I've invited before he left our world-class finance minister, Nigel Clark. You know how many times I've invited Babsy Grange. I've invited all of them. They won't come. They won't.
But you know something, stick up in there, Rattigan. There was a time when Cliff Hughes was the consummate journalist, you know, when he asked tough questions. This version of Cliff Hughes is, this jellyback version of Cliff Hughes is rather unfortunate.
Sis, you know what? I invited Cliff Hughes to come on this program. Not only that, I even told his staff member, I said, if he doesn't want to come on my program, I will come on his program. Mom's the word.
No. Yeah. Because you will be asking him questions that he knows he should be asking. And I noticed that the traditional media in Jamaica is dead. And there were times when the Michael Sharp was there, Doreen Samuels, those persons, Kelly Colin Nicholson, Elaine Wynne Patel, Tony Patel, and those people. They were hard-hitting news people, and they had what's his name, Ian Boyne, and these programs. These programs were hard-hitting, and they were, you watch them, they were substantive. They were not this, you know, fringe talking points just to massage a person's ego. No, Moti Perkins, Baba Tunde, Mrs. Gludon, John Maxwell. They were consummate journalists, and he was one of those. All of a sudden, he's a jellyback, and he's no, you know, a talking head for the government, which is rather unfortunate because he's missing opportunities to hold them accountable, and history is not going to be kind to him for that.
Well, sis, I've invited him so many times, and them just don't have, just not an interest in coming, and that's fine. That's fine, but never.
Andrew says not afraid of anybody, you know.
Yeah, nobody. But Merle just linked me with something a while ago, you know. Merle just said that she just linked me with Sita Merle. Sita.
That won't be happening. That will never happen.
She was. I've invited her. I went back and looked at some emails. I invited her over the years. I invite her like one time every year. I invited her and said, come and let's talk about foreign affairs and foreign trade. And they won't, none of them will come. None of them will come.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, they're afraid of being asked the truth. That's all. Because no one is going to ask them questions that are not based in facts. You follow what I'm saying? We're not asking based on opinion and feelings and sensationalism, because that doesn't help anybody. And if they were true, and the truth, you know, if Andrew Holness was being true to the Andrew Holness that he was when he was in opposition, he would have come on the program. He would have.
But you know what I've done? I've said to them, listen, if you won't come on my program, invite me on your program. Invite me. And then say, no.
Marlon Morgan is going to come because he's going to want to dominate with his and be, bombastic. And, we're going to cuss him out and run him away. So the best thing he can do is still, because if he's not going to come and be respectful, because we treat people with respect on the platform, no matter how we can go off on them. But he will want to come into the space and be bombastic, and because he's performing for an audience of one, which is Andrew Holness.
Right.
And who feels it? The people of Jamaica are feeling it, because he gets his big his no matter what he does, no matter what crap he talks, he gets his salary, because he came out and because Lambert Brown said something about exactly what the secretary said in the parliament, in the Senate on Friday. And Marlon Morgan basically threw water at it and said, what is the PNP doing? What are they? And all they have to do is read. All they have to do, the information is right there before you. And like Colin Bell, like I said, these are unallowed politicians operating in a digital age. The footprint is there. It's there. So what are they saying? Believe what they tell us and not what the Secretary of State said. Can't be both. Can't be both. But I'm going to run now because I'm going to have to finish up some work here that is time sensitive. Right, so to everybody in the chat, a good night. And we'll talk a little later, okay? What is something? What is it? You said something?
No, I was gonna play another video, but no, we recognize that you have to leave, and we appreciate that you spent with us. And
man. God's willing, next week I will have more time. Yes.
No problem.
All right, cool.
Yes. Bless up. Yes, people. Let me go back and play this thing.
Signed recently, so we would be one of them, and I believe Minister Dana Morris Dixon would have explained the program very well, that it is 25 per fortnight. If 10 decide to stay, then that breaks the program. Program comes to a halt. That the International Organization for Migration will assist in managing the program. The details, the logistics have not yet been worked out, and so the operational details are still being negotiated.
So how did that issue of Minister Marks
let me quickly
making it into
let me quickly
a
explain,
diplomatic note?
Let me quickly explain. When Minister Marks was ambassador to the United States, one of her jobs would have been to advise the government of likely changes in foreign policy.
As I said on Saturday, that is supposed to be her job, but the woman was a colossal failure, because when the issue came up about the travel advisory, she was caught off guard, and she was such a failure that she started asking people in the diaspora to write to their representatives in Congress and also to write to the State Department. That is the ultimate sign of failure. When you as the ambassador are asking the people that you're here to help serve, the diaspora, to help you to do your job, to write to their representatives and say, listen, can you bring down the travel advisory? Complete failure, this lady. Complete and utter failure. I have no respect for her as the ambassador. As a woman and as a person, yeah, but as the ambassador, she was a failure. Complete failure. And you know what he said, as her job, she would be able to tell them about policy, what's coming. That is what she's supposed. She should have been over on Capitol Hill. She should have been knocking on all of the senators' doors, all of the Congress people's doors to say, hey, she should have had relationships with the chiefs of staff to say, what issues are you guys thinking about that will affect the Caribbean and in particular Jamaica? That's her job. And then she would have gotten advance notice of these things to try and head them off through her connections at the State Department and elsewhere, and at the same time advise the mothership on Port Royal Street and Jamaica House to say, this is what's going on. But she come over here and think it's a fashion show. She come over here and think it's a fashion show. If you don't want to see she had cack off in the BMW where you pay for, the luxury edition of the BMW we shall pay for, or well, taxpayers are pay for. And then when you look at her and listen to her speak, no substance. No substance. Low energy. And no talent for diplomacy. None.
And how those changes would impact Jamaica. In parallel to that, Jamaica was going through some changes ourselves. We, for the first time in our history, reached what economists call full employment. And we're practically at full employment. The last figure is 3.6% unemployed. 50,000 Jamaicans are unemployed. But within that are persons seeking jobs, persons who have changed jobs, structural unemployment, some of it. Now, we have had to be figuring out what do we do when we get to 2% unemployment. When we hear the calls coming in from construction, quick services, data sciences, engineering, we just don't have the skills. So we have to think way in advance. How do we treat with this when we get to that point? So the issue of the U.S. changing policy to limit Jamaican migration sparked us to start to think, you know what, we need to have a structured migration program, which is quite separate from the third country national.
Hear what he said. And by the way, Olive Hemmings. Yeah. Elaine say we used to, the name sounds familiar. Hit me up again. Put something more recent. Put a recent message because I didn't see the first message. Hear what he said. We had to come up with a structured migration program. They already had one. They had one. They have one. And that program, people working in the agricultural sector, people who cut cane and pick apples, right? Not demeaning them, but that's one in the agricultural section. And the second one is in the hospitality area where they come up and they work at various hotels and they get some skills and they go back. And now this prime minister of ours, and believe me, he's not a jackass. He's not an idiot. But he regards us as such. And that's why he can spew this utter garbage and have us believe that he's gonna come up. That Jamaica has envisioned, his crew has envisioned the solution to our almost full employment problem. And we're gonna go talk to the US government. We're not gonna talk to the Department of Labor, by the way. We're gonna talk to Homeland Security to get skilled workers to come to Jamaica and work, knowing full well that the average salary is $7,000 US dollars a year. Which skilled workers you going to get to come to Jamaica for work for $20,000 US dollars a year? Which skilled worker? Which skilled teachers? Nurses? Well, them they are named skilled workers. Those are professionals. Separate, distinct and apart from skilled workers. So who is he talking about? Who is he talking about? Autonomous, you're right. Total rubbish. The program that he had with Cuba, skilled workers, he received instructions and he terminated that program. And you see what happened? People, pay attention. The US government doesn't hide and speak. The US government, through Marco Rubio, came out and said, in no uncertain terms, we do not support the Cuban program, the Cuban doctor program. We don't. Jamaica had to end. And Jamaica ended it. I was going to call him Senator Marco Rubio, but his secretary, Marco Rubio. He came back and said, listen, TCN, we want to send the dregs of our society, the people who are the worst of the worst, we want to send them to your country. He said that. They didn't hide. They didn't use diplomatic language to cover up or to veil their intention. They said it. The youth government said it out, loud and clear. Is Jamaica now trying to nice it up? But it's not working.
Program which uses Jamaica as a transit point. So this is not even a policy. It is just the government thinking in advance.
So that is what Ambassador Minister Marks would have shared with the Americans?
I think she would have shared with them a strategy of structured migration where Jamaicans...
All right. Think about the ridiculous nature of this. You're sitting down with Homeland Security and you say to Homeland Security, we are developing a structured migration program and we want you, the US, to send your skilled workers to to Jamaica to work for 6 months or a year and then to return. Him no realize the same industries we might complain about in Jamaica so that them need people, that the same industries in the US complaining about workers leaving because a lot of them undocumented. They have a difficult time maintaining skilled workers on site. Because a lot of them, they're from Central and South America and the Caribbean. And they're undocumented. So they're getting rid of those. So where is America going to find skilled workers to send to Jamaica? And by the way, America cannot send skilled workers. It's a volunteer program, but who's going to volunteer? They can't, the developers, the manufacturer, they can't find skilled workers in America. So how is America going to send skilled workers that they don't have to Jamaica to work for a fraction of what they would earn in the United States? Tell me. Tell me, Mr. Prime. These are the questions, Cliff, you should ask him. These are the questions he should face. He has been chosen to lead. And as a result, he must submit himself to questioning of this type. No softball questions around here.
Could get to go to the United States because my understanding of it is that Minister Marks attended an event in the United States on my behalf.
What do you mean, my understanding of it? She did or she didn't, sir? Don't tell me it's my understanding. You knew she went on your behalf in March of this year to Florida.
An event sponsored by, I believe it was the Shield of the Americas, if I'm not mistaken. And she attended on my behalf. And she would have suggested that Jamaica is considering a structured migration program. And I believe that may have been taken and rolled up and conflated. So,
by whom? By whom? If she's talking about structured migration, this vision of a structured migration program, if she's talking about that, that's a vision, because you say you don't have it. But we do have the TCN program. That's reality. And she's meeting with US officials and she's talking about whichever program. Who conflated the issue? Who? Let me tell you something, Mr. Prime Minister. Whenever you meet with US officials, remember me tell you this. And you should understand this. It's not a secret. Whenever they meet with you, they go right back to the embassy and they draft a report. Whenever they meet with foreign officials, they draft a report to memorialize what took place, because they don't want you coming back and say, well, I never said that or that. No, they go right back and it's memorialized. For exactly situations like this, where you've been given the understanding that this took place, and you this and you that and you that. for exactly this type of situation, so that you don't come and say, the Americans told us this, 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 and that, and the Americans will say, well, no, that's not what we said. No, there's a record of it. And they're not hiding. They're taking notes when they're sitting in front of you and talking. So it's not like you're being surreptitiously recorded. It's none of that. At least to the best of my knowledge, none of that. You're having a discussion with your counterpart and you're taking notes, and they're supposed to be taking notes as well. So don't come to us with that foolishness.
So I suspect what was in the media is a diplomatic note asking, are we considering this? And we responded, we're not.
Doesn't it concern you that a dip note ended up in the media? How did that happen? A dip note is an official communication, means between nations. A dip note is not supposed to find, except WikiLeaks, but a dip note is not supposed to find, or a cable, they're not supposed to find their way into the hands of non-government officials, like media, and only pertinent government officials. Because you must have a clearance and you must have a need to know. You can have a clearance, you know, and still not be able to see a document that is within the clearance you've received. So for example, I had a top secret clearance, but I wasn't afforded the opportunity to see every top secret document. No. You know why? Because there's a second requirement, and that second requirement is need to know. I didn't need to know what was going on elsewhere, just what I was responsible for. And it never dawned on you, Mr. Prime Minister, that, wait a minute, a dip note, how did it make its way into the hands of the gleaner? How? But you're not thinking that far.
Considering it in the sense of the TCN, the third country national, what we are thinking about is slightly different. So let me just explain that. So right now, we are looking at structured migration programs. We have examples of a structured migration program. We have the farm workers and we have the hotel workers. The unstructured programs, people come here almost every year to recruit our teachers and our nurses, creates a real dislocation in our operations. What if we were able to structure this even more?
You know why it won't work? You know why it won't work, Mr. Prime Minister? Because you have to have some sugar in the deal. What is the sugar that would cause, or what is the sweetener that would cause people to come and recruit teachers and doctors and nurses? Why? This. No one no better than yard. If you have money. But then no money. I repeat, no way no better than yard. If you have money, that is the sweetener. Now, what would be the sweetener you would offer skilled workers in America to come to Jamaica and work? What's the sweetener? Talk to me, Mr. Prime Minister.
So we could say to the United States or to whichever other country, all right, if you want to recruit our teachers, well, come to us, assist us with our training. You could take them for half of the year and they can come.
Why is it that you didn't do this years ago? They've been recruiting our teachers years ago. Why is it never dawned on you that, you know, maybe I should have a discussion with the U.S. Department of Labor and say, listen, we're losing teachers at an alarming rate to the U.S. educational system. Why didn't you go to the medical associations? You have Minister Tufton there who said, when the teachers left, he came to America, Florida, Georgia, Connecticut, and we know why he stopped in Atlanta. He has relatives in Atlanta. But he came ostensibly to recruit Jamaicans to come back and work, Jamaican nurses, after I make them leave with a 20% increase in salary, after him take 200% plus, and to come back, when I must ask him how many nurses actually took him up on his offer, I dare say very few.
Back. Or you could take them for a year and they come back. It is a structured arrangement. Right now, we are pursuing structured arrangements with Ghana and Nigeria and India. And I believe.
I just hope that these structured arrangements that you're doing with these countries regarding nurses and teachers, I just hope that the Jamaican teachers and nurses are being adequately compensated. Because if you have a two-tier compensation system where people from the outside are coming to Jamaica doing the same work as a Jamaican teacher or nurse, and they're being compensated at a higher rate, you are going to have problems, sir.
The Philippines for nurses. We have had a structured migration program with Cuba, where we have had the Cuban doctors for many years and nurses.
So tell me, Mr. Prime Minister.
So we are looking to expand that structured migration program. So Jamaicans can go, foreigners can come, but we are not at that point yet.
Okay.
Yes.
But given the recent history of memoranda.
Let me just stop right there. So you say we are not at that point. They might talk about it. And him say Audrey Marks talked about it when she was ambassador. Audrey Marks left over a year ago. And we're not at this point yet. We listen to what him say now, people. Listen to what him say now. Him say Audrey Marks would have discussed this with the with our US counterparts more than a year ago. And him say we are not at that point yet. Them still try to figure out how to get it done. They must the nuts and bolts of it. They're still trying to figure out the nuts and bolts of it. But him say she talked about it more than a year ago. Because remember, she left in March. I remember we showed the chart. She couldn't have had any discussions, meaningful discussions about this between January and March when she left. Certainly not after she left, because she's no longer ambassador and she's not Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And by the way, here's a little tidbit. You remember when Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith vied for the position of Secretary General of the Commonwealth? And you remember that? You remember that? Of course you remember that. That's where the case came about and the no standing argument. By the way, it's still in that case is still before the Court of Appeal in Jamaica. The plan was Kamina Johnson-Smith would ascend to that position, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Audrey Marks, who was ambassador, would then ascend to the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And by the way, we have mixed reports. We had a report some people are telling me that they saw her in Kigali, and then when the ministry wrote back, them telling me that she never did it. One of these days we will get to the bottom of that. Was she in Kigali or wasn't she in Kigali? But that was the plan. The plan was for Kamina Johnson-Smith to become Secretary General and Audrey Marks to become Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So she's now running around right now as the unofficial Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, doing all of this nonsense that he's talking about that she did. And she didn't do it. She didn't do it because a program like this would have been discussed with the Ministry of the Labor Department of the US, and a decision would have been made by now. And he's saying that we're not there yet. He said we're still talking
of understanding with the United States. Why did your administration allow this thing to be made known to the public via a leak in a newspaper?
Well, Cliff, examine your own statement. Why would we leak? In other words,
let me put it the other way then. Why didn't you come to the Jamaican people and tell the Jamaican people early in the day that this is what we are considering?
So let's just be clear on this. And I'm very happy you asked the question, because there is a notion that Jamaicans believe that all negotiations happen in public.
No.
And that is not the case, especially with bilateral negotiations. They take place as two independent diplomatic relations, two independent countries pursuing diplomatic relations, And they sit, they discuss back and forth, emails, diplomatic notes, until you come to the final document. And once the final document is done and signed, usually within the document, there is the process by which it is made public. Some documents, the parties agree that this is.
Olive, big up yourself. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know the DMV. All right. We have to link up on them days. People, remember the question? Why did your administration leak? And his response, why would we leak? And then Cliff followed up with the question that he's trying to answer. He didn't answer the question. How did the information come to the public? How? He didn't answer the question.
Is protected under their Secrecy Act, so it can't be released. Others, they say, with the advice or the consent, this is released. The TCN, obviously, we would have had to come to the public and say, this is what we're doing. Unfortunately, it was, as you said, leaked and conflated with a program that is just the government thinking way in advance.
Mr. Prime Minister, come now. Do you think we're nincompoops around here? People, let me ask you a question. Brothers and sisters, family, students, let me ask you a question. You don't vote for a prime minister in Jamaica. You vote for your MPs, and the winning party, they choose a prime minister, and that person is basically approved or confirmed by the Governor General on behalf of the King. When you vote for an MP, and that MP becomes part of the cabinet, the primary decision makers for the country, do they make decisions for themselves? I mean, do you abdicate your responsibility to find out what's going on when you vote for them? Do you just vote for them and say, all right, we'll vote for you, run the country. We don't want to know where you do, just run the country. Is that how it's supposed to be in a democracy? That you're voted in, and then after that you just do things based on what you deem to be appropriate without even getting feedback from the people you claim to represent? Is that how it works? Because I can tell you, people, they had no intention of telling you about this TCN thing. At least not now. At least not now. And so the proper thing to have done, because of this conflation, this lie that there's a conflation, if he really wanted to avoid this conflation, he should have gone to Parliament way back when they were talking about full employment, and during the sectoral debate, and said to them, listen, we're almost at full employment, and we're thinking about this program, and blah, 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 blah. That's where you inform the people, in the people's house. That's how you inform the people. You talk about it. And if he had done that last year, when he might brag about it's the lowest unemployment in the history of Jamaica, which is another damn lie. If he had done that, then people would have known that the government is contemplating this thing, because they talk about contemplating things all the time in Parliament. And they talk about things that they claim that they're doing or they will do, and them still not do it. So this would be no different. But if he had done that a year ago, 2 years ago, this TCN program, there would be no conflation. Because then when this TCN came up, he would have gone to Parliament and said, hey, this is different from the program we talked about a year or two ago, just to make sure everybody knows. And he would have had a defense. But he has no defense now, because he never spoke to us about this structured migration program. And you hear him say, it's something that they're thinking, they're talking about, giving you the impression that there's nothing on paper. So if there's nothing on paper, if you're just thinking about it, then how come the US government knows about it, but your own people who elected your party, who elected you, they don't know about it? How about that, Mr. Prime Minister? No, I know why you're not coming around here.
So that when a crisis reaches us, right, we know what we're going to do. Now, just to be clear, I have been speaking about this for months, for years, and at every time I have spoken about the need to bring labor into the country, I have always said, we are not at the stage where we will import labor. And before we think about importing any labor, we must get the Jamaicans, the 50,000 who are unemployed, those who are unemployed, and the 300,000 that have not put themselves in the labor force, we must bring them in. I have been on.
When I hear that now, when I hear that, that is about 400,000 people in Jamaica not working. When I hear that. But here the cute way it's mentioned, 50,000 unemployed and 300 and plus thousand unavailable. Those are the ones who are working. Those are the ones who are not working and have given up looking for a job. 400,000 on a here now for yourself. And then he's saying that we've made up, it's our strategy that before we do all of this stuff, then we're going to come to our people and talk to them about the structured migration program. And again, people, I say to you, then why is it that you're talking to the Americans about it and you haven't spoken to your own people about it? Why?
Record with
There's an argument, Mr. PM,
yes,
that somehow your administration had been not forthcoming, not quick enough to agree to a TCN, unlike your other colleague countries in the Caribbean.
Cliff.
And this was part of an effort
Cliff,
to force your hand.
Cliff, can you blame?
Is there any credence to that? Like this was done to force your hand.
Well, I'm going to address that question, but your first assertion that we were slow. We were very deliberate in what we do. We considered carefully because we understand the Jamaican public, the Jamaican psyche, and how Miss Matty in Northeast Manchester is going to view it as if, the US is coming to dump unwanted persons in our country to create a problem for us. The issue is far more than that and deeper than that, and nobody's looking to dump. Nobody's looking to create a problem. Now, was our hands forced? Were we coerced? Absolutely not. And this is what I would wish my Jamaican people to appreciate. You have in me and in my government a prime minister,
that we can't,
and ministers who stand up for you.
No.
Who seek to get the best deals for you.
Like the TCN.
And I listened keenly to the response of the leader of the opposition to the TCN program. And I noticed he did not say he wouldn't have done it. I noticed he didn't say we should reject it.
Look at this nonsense now. He's diverting. The leader of the opposition is not the leader of the country. The leader of the opposition is not running anything except the party, the opposing party in parliament. And now he's turning over to that side. Instead of talking about what he didn't do, he's talking about what the leader of the opposition didn't say and didn't do. Come on, Mr. Prime Minister. That's difficult to study. And as John Cross said, that whenever you say, when say John Crow, and him say would have, you tell lie.
He said, well, it's just a pity it had to come out in this way. We should have come to the public before. But as anyone knows, and I've explained before, you can't come until you are finished with all the negotiations. Everything is signed and done. So though we have signed the MOU.
You hear that? You hear that? We can't come to the public until everything is signed and done, until we're finished. That means that we need no input from the public. You hear what he said? We cannot come to the public until the agreement has been completed. Meaning that we're not going to tell them anything until after we sign. So where is the input from the people? Where is the engagement with the people? Where is the discussion with the people? Where is the education of the people about the issue? Where? Remember what I said? It would appear as if once you elect them, that they have no obligation to report to you what's going on. Them just do whatever they want to, sign agreements, and say, and fling it down your throat. Is that democracy?
It is not yet implemented. It's not complete because the operationalization is not complete. Now, as soon as that is done, then we would have called a press conference. We would have said, this is what it's doing. You believe that we could have done this in secret, a plane land with 25 people. It would be all over the news. So I find it, the panic around it is almost to the point of being ridiculous, honestly. And I see people, forgive me, Cliff, for cutting you off, but I see people WhatsApping me and sending me a message, why would we do this to our country? I said, please sit and think carefully about what you're saying. We're not doing anything that 28 other countries, including within this region, have done. The United States has asked countries that it considers its friends to assist them in managing their immigration challenges. Now, who are we as Jamaicans? Are we part of the global system? Are we a friend of the United States? Are we looking to the United States to assist with things? Do we only assist?
There you go. For all of you asking, what is in it for Jamaica? There, it's right there. Assistance. Assistance. Remember we talked about trade? Remember we talked about trade? Don't forget that the major lending institutions are controlled by the United States. Don't forget about a travel advisory. That's in it for them. And cash. Up to now, they have not come out and said, this is, because listen to this, it's transactional. And we've seen it around the world. Every time the United States, they send people to a foreign country, there is remuneration for it. There's money paid for it. So why would Jamaica be any different? Why? But he's afraid to come out and tell you that we're being paid to accept these folks. Because he's afraid of the backlash. That's not the hallmark of a good leader. The hallmark of a good leader is that you talk to your people and you tell them some hard truths. And you stick by it. And you explain to people, before sticking by it, you explain to people why you're doing it, the efficacy of it, how it's going to benefit people in Jamaica. And then you do it, you get the buy-in from folks. But he's not about that. Power's gone to his head.
In exchange for something, is the relationship always transactional?
Yes.
And these are questions that we have to start.
Yes, and you know why? You know why? Let me answer, Mr. Prime Minister. Are these the relationship with the U.S. transactional? Yes. You know why? There's no such thing as a free lunch when you're dealing with the U.S. government. They will provide aid, but believe me, when they need something, they'll come to you and remind you of that aid. And you must also remember, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, that it was Secretary of State Dixon who said that Jamaica don't really have friends. Not Jamaica, the US doesn't really have friends. Not friends. They have interests. Interests. They have interests. And as long as you will feed into that interest, you're fine. But there will come a day when you have outlived your usefulness. Please see Maduro. Please see Manuel Noriega. And there's a host of other people in our region that you should see. You should look at their case. You will not be Prime Minister forever and ever. Amen. You will not. There will come a day when you will have to relinquish the position through health, through election, through family reasons. There will come a day when you will have to leave the office. God forbid that you will have to leave by force. Force meaning that you have done something that the US government disapproves of. And it's fast approaching to that juncture. And at that intersection of Jamaica's economic and diplomatic life, at that intersection, you will find the US government staring down the Chinese. And what will you do? And the drumbeat has begun. And remember this, when the elephants fight, the grass suffers. Remember that. When elephants fight, who suffer? The grass.
To ask ourselves, I urge Jamaicans to put away the notion of thinking about our relationships only in the prism of the 70s and 80s. Now is a different time.
Yeah, I'm gone again. Gone, veer left.
Jamaica is an independent country. Jamaica is a country.
When you hear that, you know, say, I know him really a lie. When you hear him say Jamaica is an independent country and it's a sovereign country, and you hear it in the context of the US government, you know that is lying. He cannot raise those issues with the US. The US don't want to hear that. The US say, listen, it's all about instructions. It's not about communication in terms of you are my equal and we're negotiating. No, it's instructions. You will do this, Mr. Prime Minister, and you will do it when we say we want it done. It's that simple. It's that simple. And you must not forget, Mr. Prime Minister, and I'm sure you will never forget that your files are in the possession of the US government. Don't ever forget that. You must always remember that when you're dealing with the US, you're wearing short pants. Always remember that. You are not cut from the cloth where you can stand up and show your mettle to the United States. You don't have that personality. You don't have that power. You don't have that support. You don't. Nobody in CARICOM trusts you. Nobody. Nobody. You are an empty suit, and you know it. You walk around and you throw these borrowed words as if they're a lasting part of your vocabulary and personality, and we know that they're not. They're not. And they get you nowhere when you talk to your colleagues. Nowhere. Because you have no currency when it comes to trust. You're bankrupt when it comes to trust. And you hear the song that you must go. I'm not going to tell you what you're supposed to do. You know what you're supposed to do. You know. But if you do decide to go, you have to leave the money. You're going to have to go leave them. You're going to have to go return the money. You will have to return the funds that Integrity Commission said that they don't know how you came by this money. You have to return that.
That is part of a multilateral system. We are using our foreign policy for our economic and social
Mr. Prime Minister, the difficulty with that,
yes,
about sovereignty, is that you have in the President of the United States of America a man who does not respect sovereignty, a man who, it is viewed, yes, is not schooled in the art of diplomacy, a man who is prepared to march into another country and take out a prime minister, and that a president in Maduro. And it is felt, it is being said on the streets of Jamaica that your administration is afraid of him. You're actually, again, the term is you are so scared of him that you are ducking certain things and kowtowing to this man, to the Trump administration.
Let me be clear.
Yeah.
I know. Examine your own statement.
I'm putting to you,
but I'm responding to
and
you.
I'm putting to you the sentiments on the streets that the Holness administration, unlike the Michael Manley administration of the 1970s, who stood up for Jamaica, that you're not prepared to do that.
Cliff, why are you pulling me back into the 70s? I addressed it in Parliament.
I'm contextualizing.
You're contextualizing. But let's be clear. Your previous comment to me was that we took very long to agree. Is that a country kowtowing? Is that a country running at everything that is placed before us? We've been asked to do many things before and we have not. We have made sure it complies with our law, that it suits our political timetable, that it is in our interest, and it is in the interest of our friends. That's what we do. I'm not about to go on a pedestal of revolutionarism. I'm not a revolutionary. I've never sought to wear that mantle. The mantle I wear is to protect Jamaica, not on an ideological platform, which all the people who make those comments are ideologue, locked in the 70s and can't see what is in front of them. You know, you talk about the President of the United States. He may, yes, he is the leading superpower now in the world, without question. But he's not the only powerful.
Be careful how you talk now, because the U.S. Embassy, they're listening to these statements, and you could get into hot water. You could get into hot water if you've been avoiding Cliff Hughes' some of the direct questions. You might want to try and avoid this one as well.
Person in the world as it is now. The notion of a unipolar world, that's gone. Mm-hmm. We are living now in what is considered to be a multipolar world. And in that,
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm warning you, be careful of these statements. You're speaking out of turn now. I'm sure your advisors didn't tell you to say this. These are very dangerous statements you're making against the President of the United States. And you know that you should always sing for your supper. But no, you're getting out of order. You're getting a bit too big for your britches. Remember, you're wearing short pants.
That multipolar world, countries are either competing or cooperating. And Jamaica has to figure out the areas in which it is going to compete and the areas in which it is going to cooperate for its national interest. So,
look, we compete on the track and field. We cooperate with the United States, and the cooperation is based on instructions. Remember that. We're not competing with the United States, and China going to get in a lot of problems. Watch.
So we have to understand how we position ourselves in a multipolar world. And that, I think Jamaica has exercised its foreign policy in this regard excellently. We have avoided conflicts, we have avoided challenges, and we are a country that is considered, which is highly considered, highly reputable, a country that has done extremely well.
Therefore, you must be wondering, how are you going to be dealing with the U.S. Ambassador Designate, Carrie Lake, who told the U.S. Foreign Relations Committee examining her nomination to be the next U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica Now, one of our 4 priorities is to ensure that China's growing influence in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean is halted, and America become once again the preeminent power in Jamaica and the Caribbean.
Again, I do not speak on U.S. strategy and their interests. I speak on Jamaica's strategy and our interests and how we.
No, man, I'll BS this, I'm not telling them. Cliff should have simply asked him, when he might run up him, Cliff asked him, are you afraid? The word on the street is that you're afraid. The administration is afraid of the U.S. administration led by President Trump. No answer that question about fear. Cliff should have followed up and said to him, said, listen, have you ever been in a meeting where the U.S. government said to you that the president wants this to be done? And your response was, we have to think about it. And if that has never happened, hypothetically, what if it does? When you're not going to answer the hypothetical question, but you have to throw that inside it. Because Jamaica has been told what to do under this administration, this meaning the Andrew Holness administration. Jamaica has been told. I'll give you one classic example. One classic example. The relationship between Jamaica and Venezuela. Need I say more?
We cooperate. China is here. China is working here. But we are a country that believes in a rules-based system, rules-based multilateral system. And the United States, I've listened very keenly to her interview in the U.S. Congress, and she pointed out several areas in which she intends to work with us on. Of course, the hemispheric issue of China, it depends on what the U.S. will do. How are they going to do it? We want to see more U.S. investments in Jamaica. We want to see more U.S. firms come to Jamaica. In a way, it is the interest and absence of the U.S. in the region for a very long time, which has created this problem. So if they're planning to correct it by showing more interest and investing more and assisting more, we welcome that.
No. What you're going to hear is you need to get rid of the Chinese. Not we are going to replace the Chinese by bringing in businesses and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do that. That may be part of it, but no. That building that they had on at Port Royal Street, the headquarters for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, I can tell you that when she's confirmed, Ambassador Lake will not have meetings, substantial meetings in that building. You're going to have to go to the embassy. You can't invite, if you invite her there, it's just for giggles. She'll go down and she'll get a little speech and stuff, but she will not engage you in that building because you know why? The building was built by the Chinese and you just have to assume certain things. The Chinese are very strategic. When they talk about geopolitics, think about it, people. They built a building and gave it to Jamaica, and that building is the central point for discussing geopolitical issues. When foreign officials come, that's where they go. When foreign officials come in and they meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they're not going to Jamaica House. They're going to go down to this building. And I can tell you that the Five Eyes group, and those of you who've watched this program for quite some time, you've heard me talk about the Five Eyes group, right? Five Eyes group is Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the US, and the UK. Those 5 countries have the closest relationship that you could imagine diplomatically. You notice the 5 countries. they would have shared the information that, listen, the Chinese built that building. So be very careful what you go down there and talk about. That building is symbolic of the Chinese presence in Jamaica. The building that is a symbol of who Jamaica is to the world. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the headquarters, and you have a foreign country built. That's counterintelligence 101. You don't do that. They built that building. So now, you think if I were assigned to the U.S. Embassy, I would go down there and have any serious discussions with you? No. You come to the U.S. Embassy where we know that you're on our turf and there are certain devices that are not in play. Or better yet, if their devices are our devices. But not, Mr. Prime Minister. I hope Jamaica is listening to you carefully, you know, because they used to listen to you, but they don't listen carefully. They're tuned into keywords like key phrases, lowest unemployment, increase in minimum wage, anti-corruption agency. But they hear it, they don't hear the context. They don't hear the context.
As I said, it is a multipolar world, and Jamaica positions itself to be at the crossroads of that multipolar world. Now, she's also said, which we're very much interested in, that she wants to cooperate in security. And we want to cooperate on that as well. She did mention the country was successful in bringing down its murder rate. And we have worked with the United States very closely. Nobody seems to notice, to stem the flow of guns and to deal with the increased amount of drugs that is coming into the region, because as the U.S. closes off the Eastern Caribbean, drug cartels and other nefarious players are seeking to reroute to come this side of the North Caribbean. So we're prepared. We're going to work closely with them. She mentioned working closely in terms of commerce and trade, and we definitely will work with the U.S. closely on commerce and trade. So I think I'm looking forward to the ambassador coming, but we're very clear. It's a multipolar world, and we want to see more U.S. investment.
Prime Minister, another hot current issue.
Yes.
All right, let me move this.
Dr. Andrew Wheatley.
We talk about Wheatley.
Does he still retain your confidence as a cabinet minister?
We're going to talk about Andrew Wheatley this Saturday. And we plan to spend the whole program, or most of the program this Saturday, looking at Minister Wheatley through the lens of Prime Minister Holness. Both of them have cases over at the commission. And we're going to look at Minister Wheatley, given the Prime Minister's background, and let you decide what do you think the Prime Minister is going to do this time around. Because if you recall, during the first scandal, Petrodram scandal, Minister Wheatley exited and was, as we say in Jamaica, without grass for quite some time, and he's returned. And the Prime Minister has not been quick to say, listen, you have to go. This is a burden on my administration. We're getting unwanted attention, or not the kind that we like. And so it's best for you to take a leave until this matter has been settled. Instead, you saw what he did. He pulled Prime Minister Holness's playbook and said, we'll go to court. And he filed an action for judicial review. And what did the commission do? The commission said, we're not going to file any charges until the action has been heard, the action in court. People, you understand what this means? And that's why when I say the commission does not deserve the term integrity, some people get upset, but you cannot be upset with the facts. Listen to me carefully. Don't follow your emotions. Just listen to me carefully. This case is on the path to be buried. The Integrity Commission, even though it has been recommended for them to charge him, they said, we're not going to because he's in court. Now, you know what's going to happen with that court action? It's going to linger and languish. It won't be resolved anytime soon. So you know what's going to happen now? All of the politicians know when they get investigated by the Integrity Commission and they now have to face charges, what will they do? Xavier Main comes to mind. He's in court with the Integrity Commission. They will all run to the courts because they know that it is not going to, that matter will not be disposed of anytime soon. And pretty soon, somewhere down the road, you're going to hear the defense of abuse of process. Because remember, there is no statute of limitations for corruption in Jamaica. But they will use a defense called abuse of process, meaning that it won't take too long for bring the case and, you know, we can't find people and documents vanish and case falls apart. Case falls apart. So you just heard the leave Wheatley and the Prime Minister's side because, as I said, we're going to deal with that matter this coming Saturday. So come early and bring your notepad, bring a pen or a pencil. Because you're going to be riveted to your chair or wherever you're sitting when you see the connection between these two. And there are several common denominators. The commission is one, but also the charges, the bad acts of these folks. And the interesting thing is, a lot of the information was provided by the principals, by these men. And I can tell you that they did not provide all of the information required by the commission. I can tell you that for a fact, and I will show you. But anyway, OT, we're going to just listen to this. Some more nonsense, because we want to drill this into your head, you know. We want to drill this. I'm hoping that most of you watching know that you were with us at the beginning when we talked about the timeline, Audrey Marks, her role, and then we also talked about the TCN program and the structured migration program and the role or the non-role of Minister Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labor, and the non-role of the U.S. Department of Labor to show you that they could not have spoken about the structured migration program as the Prime Minister kind of indicated that Ambassador Audrey Marks did. And we know she didn't because now he's back and he's saying that, yeah, it's still a pie in the sky thing. It's not finished and that's why we couldn't bring it to the people. And then the question is, if you can't bring it to the people, if it's half-baked, why would you go and discuss this with the United States government and it's not ready for discussion? It's a lie, people. They want to discuss one program and it's the TCN. And then when we look at the meetings that Audrey Marks has been And we see that the participants in those meetings, they are Department of Defense, they are Homeland Security people. We don't see the Department of Labor there. And they're talking about the structured migration program that has everything to do with labor. So I hope most of you watching the program, if you understood everything that we did in the beginning, then it's very clear for you to understand that you have been lied to. You have been misled. It's very clear. So when you listen to garbage like this, you can readily discard it.
The Third Country Nationals program, anyone who looks it up, you'll see that it is in place in many countries and it is a U.S. initiative. So the U.S. would have come to us on that Third Country Nationals program. Now, there's a conflation of that with a discussion that would have happened with Minister Marks in relation to exploring skilled laborers coming to Jamaica.
Lies. Lies, damn lies. Audrey Marks would have discussed this she would have discussed structured migration program with Department of Defense, with Homeland Security. Wouldn't it make sense that she would discuss this with Department of Labor? Because you know who discussed the structured migration program previous to this. You know who discussed it with Department of Labor? The Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security. These people have no shame. They have unlimited gall to tell you these things because they believe that we are gullible. And they also believe this about us.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
They believe that to their core. And that's why they can say these things without fear of being contradicted, of being exposed, because they view us as dunce, dark, and stupid. But a new day is dawning. Is a new crop of Jamaicans rising. The ones who say, show me the proof. Show me the evidence. I hear what you're saying, but show me the evidence. Show me that what you're saying is based upon this. Show me this. And they can't show you. And if they can't show you, and you elected them to lead, what does that say about you then, now, and the future?
We've been looking at nurses and doctors, for example, coming from the Philippines, also looking at Ghana,
somebody should have asked her, okay, you're looking at Ghana, you're looking at the Philippines, you're looking at India, you're looking at Nigeria. But the structured migration program that you're talking about with the United States, who are you looking for as skilled workers to come to Jamaica? We understand India. We understand Nigeria. We understand Ghana. We understand the Philippines. And we know what you're getting from them. We know what you're trying to get from them. People in the medical profession. We don't refer to nurses as skilled workers. No, we refer to nurses as being in the medical profession. So if you're looking to those countries for nurses, what are you looking to the United States for? Skilled workers. Who are you looking for? These are the questions that must be asked, my people. In addition to what are you getting out of the TCN? What is in it for Jamaica? We just said, no, you can send them here and you don't have to give us anything. Just pay for them for come and you can pay for them for stay and then they move on. And we don't want anything. You know? It does not work like that, people. The question is not, are you getting a benefit from the United States for the TCN program to work in Jamaica? No. It's not, are you getting? The question should be, what are you getting? Are you getting presupposes that you don't know if you're getting anything. Because are you getting, it's a yes or no. If they say no, that's the end of the conversation. Are you getting anything? No. But if you say, what are you getting? It presupposes that they are getting something and you're requiring them to tell you what it is that they're getting. Simple.
Countries, Nigeria also. And so there was a conversation at one point about whether or not there was an opportunity around highly skilled persons. Now, that became conflated with TCN. And there was actually a lot of work, I'm told, that had to go into clarifying between the two countries that TCN is completely different from any kind of skilled workers program. And what would have been looked at is how can we maybe get some more skilled workers? And at the same time, there were discussions around how can we get more of or farm workers and or hotel workers that are going to the US, and we know those programs tend to be oversubscribed. Is there an opportunity for Jamaicans to also be working in the US? So it was a more holistic conversation, but at one point it did get conflated with the third country nationals program.
That's a viewer subscribers.
You know why this woman is a lie? Lots of reasons. But here's the thing. You see the program she talk about? The program for hospitality students and workers, and for people involved in the agriculture sector. Those programs, they have a quota. Quota, Quota. Every year they have a quota saying this amount of people we're going to take in under this program. And how is it only now they might talk about say it's oversubscribed and we want more people? She forget, you know. Our memory short. Memory short. Because she was in the room when Minister Horace Chang said that the US is sending home, must say every 2 weeks, them send home 100 people. They deport 100 Jamaicans. They return 100 Jamaicans to Jamaica. And a lot of those people, guess what? They're overstayers. Some of them are the very same program. So how do you convince the American government that, listen, the people coming up on this program, they're overstaying. We know they're overstaying, you know, and they're working without proper documentation. And you're catching them and you're sending them, you're returning them to Jamaica. But we want you to increase the program so we can send more. So the problem that the US government is trying to reduce, Jamaica is saying to them, no. Open it up more so that more people can come, with the possibility, not the certainty, the possibility that more people can end up being in an undocumented status. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, my people? Does that make sense? It doesn't. It does not. You know, I played this on Saturday, but the gentleman who did this, I just want to play a little bit more of it for those who had not seen it. You can get you know how we add our flavor to things, right? And this gentleman adds some flavor to the issue. And I want you to listen to it before we move to another one.
Finally, the Jamaican Labour Party gave you some clarification surrounding the third country national program where them go sign up for. The 10,000 skilled workers who are come to Jamaica come take over our land. Remember, Chang said they are not criminals. They are ordinary people. And they're going to come in on a tourist visa. And if they should get their stay, they will get their stay. They are not criminals. They are good people. Nice, good, skilled workers. Them are bringing our country. Them never go prison. Them never go jail. Them no have no charge. Them never charge no crime at all, people. I am telling you, these people are good people who no need to support them. I want to listen what American had to say about these people. Listen up, people. Listen up before we're going to further in the video because, hey, me not depend this with them, Listen up.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
So Jamaica, I got to tell the Jamaican people that these people that are coming in, they are skilled workers, ordinary people, regular people where I go come and behave themselves in the country. Them not gonna do nobody nothing. The America say them clean. While the American are saying something totally different. The American consider these people as the most dangerous people. The worst people upon land. The most disgusting people. You are talking about child rapists. You are talking about big people rapists. I don't know what I say. What I mean when I say rapists, right? Because I don't know we can't call out the word on YouTube. So we have to say rapists. You understand? But spell the word better and you will get what you're trying to get. No, not just child rapists and big people rapists, but pervert. Pervert. Right? These are people where them no want in them country. So you little boy, you little girl. Cause me tell you, them people here, them a pervert. Them not just touch little girl alone, but them touch little boy as well. You understand? So you have to put up a little girl and a little boy right now. As a labor rights supporters, I want to ask you this. Does this sound good for your country? Because more than not ask the regular Jamaican. Me I go ask the one that we are foreigner, the labor right. Because them seems to be a foreigner come to Jamaica. This look good in your eyesight. It look good for say 10,000 high profile rapists or grapists or what you don't call them. Come to your country. Come hold space and I watch your little daughter. Let me know. But this is not about just the grapists them alone. As me say, the United States has confirmed that these people are some of the most dangerous people on land. And they want them to go as far away as possible from the United States. Them no want them nowhere near the United States, people. Them no want them nowhere near the United States. Them want them go far. So why Jamaica decide to go up there, go sign up for it? Why Jamaica decide to go up there, go sign up for it? Jamaica is a national disgrace. Not Jamaica, but the leaders of Jamaica, they are a national disgrace. People are now have to stand up, It's either now or never. Die for something or die for nothing. It's either now or never. I don't know, expect me alone to go there, because me alone and go out there, so no better try organize and make it all we go. No better try organize and make it all we go, because someone will kick you back and say, so why you never start it? Move your sour self and get up and come on. How you take this thing for? We have to stop this now. Me picnic them life is at stake right now, at risk. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Blessed day to my viewers and my subscribers them. Me hope everybody having a blessed and a one.
Big up yourself, Dancehall Royalty. Thank you for your views on the subject. And the views expressed, as Ilian said, views expressed by anybody else but the host is for them views, not my views. But, like I said, put some Jamaican flavoring to that. And I'm sure all of you understood every single word that he said. Now, let me show you something here. What is this? TCN agreement. Let me see.
Minister of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, says the Third Country Nationals program was proposed by the United States government and should not be confused with separate efforts to attract skilled workers to Jamaica. She addressed the matter during the latest Jamaica Information Service ministerial update.
And when you look at it, there are many in the Caribbean, many in Latin America. The U.S. does use them as transit points to the other countries as they're on their way out. And that's just the nature of the program as the U.S. has defined it. And they came to us on that basis, as they did all the other countries. And we have gone into negotiations on what we can handle as a country, which is a very small number.
Her comments follow the disclosure that Jamaica has signed a memorandum of understanding allowing individuals transferred from the United States to transit through Jamaica on their way to final destinations, including their home countries.
And so it started with a U.S. overture. And then there was a discussion on something separate, which was on skilled labor. And then they got conflated. It had to be clarified. No. TCN is this, and this is what we're negotiating. We're not having the conversation around that other program at this point. We're just talking about third country nationals. And so that's how the negotiations have proceeded since that clarification was made.
Minister Morris Dixon says bilateral negotiations often involve multiple stages and evolving discussions, which is why such talks are not typically conducted in public. Meanwhile, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security and Peace, Dr. Horace Chang, has stressed that individuals covered under the agreement are not being brought to Jamaica as permanent migrants. He says the agreed quota is for 25 individuals to be facilitated every 2 weeks for transit through Jamaica to a third territory, including their home countries.
Our per capita income is $7,000 per capita.
Hear that? And you hear that? Per capita income is 7,000. Transfer that now to the structured migration program, the skilled workers. Who going to come to Jamaica come work for $7,000 a year? You hear me just say, our per capita income is $7,000. And this is what they're going to use to attract the highly skilled workers from the United States. Them can't use the beaches for that, because with $7,000 you can't go to sandals. So what will be the attraction? It can't be the first world health facilities we have in Jamaica free. It can't be that, because we don't have that. It can't be the infrastructure that we have in place, the roads, the bridges, highways, water, electricity. It can't be that, because by and large we don't have that. So how are you going to get highly skilled workers coming to Jamaica where the per capita income is $7,000 a year? I'll play it back what the minister said. In fact, before I play that, I have to draw. I don't know me how to draw for, you know. I don't know. I don't know me how to draw for, you know. I don't know me how to draw for. Hold on there. I don't know me how to draw for. Let me draw for one more. All right. So, here we go.
Including their home countries.
Our per capita income is 7,000 US per capita.
All right. So our per capita income is 7,000 US, but we're bringing in skilled workers. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're bringing in skilled workers. So, we'll have to ask you this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Now, if which one this one out?
The minister lie? Did the minister lie?
And of course, we have to put in this one out.
So, very quickly, CEO, are you corrupt? Yes.
No.
Are you corrupted?
No.
That's what I have to ask the minister. Are you corrupt, minister? Are you corrupted or are you corruptible? We have to ask the minister that. We have to ask the minister that. Because him coming to talk a whole bunch of nonsense, it make no sense. And people just seem to just go along with what the minister has been saying. Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. Let me see for that one.
Agreement, no understanding to accept deportees from the United States. We accept every month one.
Remove that. Let me go back and listen to this.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Midday News for Friday, June 19. I am Carrie Simpson. A special welcome to our viewers on TVJ International in the Cayman Islands and online at onespotmedia.com. Here's what we have in the bulletin. Government under fire over third country national talks. Man involved in deadly St. Anne crash charged. And later in sports, CONCACAF team shine on day 8 of FIFA World Cup with 3 matches set for today. Thank you for joining us. Now the details. The government is on the defensive this afternoon after reported talks between former Jamaica ambassador to the U.S. Audrey and discussions with U.S. officials about the now controversial third country national agreement. The Gleaner earlier this week quoted from a diplomatic note from the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, revealing that Marks made the proposal to U.S. official attached to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security during the America's Counter-Cartel Conference at the U.S. Southern Command in Miami, Florida on March 5, 2026. But in an interview with the government news agency JIS yesterday, Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon insists this was not the case.
There's a conflation of that with a discussion that would have happened with Minister Marks in relation to exploring skilled laborers coming to Jamaica. And as you know, we've been looking at nurses and doctors, for example, coming from the Philippines, also looking at Ghana, looking at other countries, Nigeria also. And so there was a conversation at one point about whether or not there was an opportunity around highly skilled persons. Now, that became conflated with TCN. And there was actually a lot of work, I'm told, that had to go into clarifying between the two countries that TCN is completely different from any kind of skilled workers program. And what would have been looked at is how can we maybe get some more skilled workers?
To a TVJ News.
Nonsense. Poppycock. BS. We've gone through this many times tonight, and for those of you just joining us, what you just heard was pure manure. Unadulterated. Not even the fertilizer type. Not even not the processed type. Pure, raw, unadulterated manure. No skilled worker, no, and they use the word sometimes, they use highly before skilled. No highly skilled workers will come to Jamaica where the per capita income is $7,000 US. And she went through great pains to say they're talking about nurses and doctors, for example. People, professionals whom they have literally caused to leave Jamaica for greener pastures. And now you want to bring them back. You want them return for pittance. The same pittance that they ran away from, they're supposed to come back for that. No matter how much they love country, I submit to you that a doctor in the United States making $250,000 a year is not going to Jamaica to work for 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 150,000 and leave 100,000 on the table? No. No. The nurses that you would find somebody doing something like this, and maybe even doctors, are people who are on the verge of retirement. Or people who retire overseas, they collect a pension and then them come Jamaica. And guess what? You'll get the experience, but you won't get the efficiency. Because them older and them slower. And the mindset, you retire for come Jamaica to do what? To kick back. Not to get kickback, just to relax. So they won't be running up and down, like I said, the young ones, running up and down, trying to make a name for themselves, getting the experience. No, they'll bring the experience, but they won't have the efficiency. They will not be able to do a lot of the things that the younger ones are doing. And then, considering the situation of medicine in Jamaica, them now come. Because the older you get, it's a fact, the older you get, the greater the likelihood you're going to need regular medical attention. And we're going to get it in Jamaica. Where? You know, see what the politicians, most of them do. Beyond the cough, them end up in a Cleveland clinic, Mayo Clinic, or the one in Miami, or the ones up in New York, or in Maryland, Johns Hopkins. They don't stay at Jamaica, but how many Jamaicans can afford to do that? Precious few. So this idea about workers are going to engaging the U.S. to get highly skilled workers to come to Jamaica, it's nonsense. Minister Dana Morris Dixon, she knows better than this. She knows. But you see, my idea of how this thing happened, they sat down in the room, the cabinet, and they decided, and by the way, it wasn't Ambassador Audrey Marks who did this on her own. Wasn't Minister Dana Morris Dixon who came out and gave these talks, misleading talks on her own. This was done with the advice and consent of the cabinet. This was done with the advice and consent of the cabinet. people in the ministries, the ministers, the junior ministers, they all sat down and said, listen, we have some serious problems. You know, how are we going to explain this to our people? And their paid advisors said, listen, there's a program over here, and look how stupid they are. Instead of having Colonel Charles Jr. come out and say something about it, you don't hear nothing from him. And he's the Minister of Labor. Nothing. His silence is deafening. The fact that he hasn't said anything speaks volumes. Speaks volumes. Let me see. We started playing this a while, when last week or the week before, and we didn't get through it. We played the Minister of National Security and Peace. And by the way, did anybody know that they changed the name? How many of you knew that the change had taken effect, where they added peace? Remember, the Prime Minister came here a couple of years ago and said that he's thinking about creating a new ministry, and he's thinking about calling it the Ministry of Peace. Peace, so that we can live in peace. I guess peace are not pieces. And then that idea was incorporated into the Ministry of National Security. I guess he figured that he learned his lesson with the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. You remember that ministry? Billions of dollars wasted on that ministry. And anybody who was watching that issue, watching that ministry being created, could have told him that that Prime Minister, it's best to have, because remember, what was their mandate? The primary mandate was to get Jamaica to be on the doorstep of being a republic. Rewrite the Constitution. That was the mandate. And by the way, you remember what she also said? She said that one of the mandates also was to look at the anachronistic laws in Jamaica, the old laws in Jamaica, and bring them current. Who else on the here said that? Audrey Marks. She said that's part of her job as ministry with the responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation. So I'm telling you, people, they regurgitate, they repackage all of these things, and they come back at you with different terms. And so you're thinking you're hearing something new, but what you're hearing is something repackaged. The package looks different. The ingredients, same. The product, the same. Same.
Question is recommit. No statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
All right, to provide some clarity on the memorandum of understanding between the government of Jamaica and the government of the United States of America.
Let me skip this
concerning
and go to the question piece. I think we'll get more out of that than listening to him regurgitate his nonsense.
Jamaican people. That has been the guiding principle throughout the process, and it will continue to guide the implementation of this particular program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Member from St. Catherine South will be responding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statement this afternoon by the Minister is here in wake of a newspaper article yesterday. Neither the opposition nor the public at large in Jamaica had any idea that the government of our country was contemplating committing Jamaica to what is being provided for in this document. That, I must say at the outset, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. This is a proposed action to commit Jamaica to, not commit any individual on the government side, the country of Jamaica. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in bilateral arrangements, it is about pursuing common interests between the bilateral partners. My question then arises, what is Jamaica's interest in this arrangement that is being considered with a disposition to implement? And I think not just the opposition, but the country, Jamaica, should be told, ought to be told, what Jamaica is set to benefit from this arrangement being proposed. Is there a security risk to Jamaica that is being pursued, protection is being pursued here? Is it so or is it not? Not a broad speculation. We would like answer in that regard. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, because this arrangement is seeking to commit the country of Jamaica, it is only proper that the executed MOU that forms the basis of the arrangements be pursued, be brought and tabled in this House. And I'll go further, Madam Speaker. If the government, and I hope they do not, but should the government proceed to enter into an arrangement on the basis of what we see here, that agreement, which is being negotiated, as the minister indicated, be tabled in this House before its implementation. Not after, and we are left to react to what is already in force. To do otherwise, Madam Speaker, would be blatant contempt to the people of Jamaica and would be unacceptable. Further questions arise from this proposed arrangement. And yes, we are searching in the dark because there's very few details have been made available to us. The minister said in the statement here, not a 10,000, maximum of 25 persons at any one time. Well, there can be multiples of 25 and go to an infinite sum. What is the maximum duration of their stay in Jamaica? And should those persons not be removed from Jamaica at the expiration at that hopefully agreed maximum period, what is the recourse? Are we stuck with those persons? Will they be re-extracted and sent elsewhere? We don't know. Madam Speaker, as I speak, there's over 1,700 males being detained at the General Penitentiary, our largest penal institution, for detention. Because this is not an hospitality service we're asked to provide here. It's a detention service. Our next facility in Spanish Town hosts over 1,000 inmates for a facility that was built for 750 persons. In the case of General Penitentiary, was built for no more than 850 persons. And it's over 1,700, more than double the capacity. And the conditions that prevail in our penal institutions, we'll all agree is not the best. So we have a long-standing inability, incapability of providing what is deemed acceptable and reasonable condition for the detention of persons in Jamaica. Why are we seeking to compound our problem? the cost of, is it going to be used in existing facilities? Or are we going to be having new facilities? Who will bear the cost for creating these new facilities and maintaining these facilities? These are critical questions that go to the heart of everyday Jamaican life, because the resources of this country, as we are now, is way inadequate to deal with the demands. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government accede to some of these questions we have raised. I don't raise them here on behalf of the opposition only, but on behalf of the rest of our people who are very concerned about what is contained here.
Thank you. Opposition Leader, you said you had more questions?
That was a statement by the spokesperson. I have some questions, is what I believe I'm allowed to ask. Minister, first of all, has the Memorandum of Understanding been signed by the two state parties? And if so, what is its date? That's the first question. Secondly, if persons are received by Jamaica under this arrangement, will those persons be held in detention, or will they be free to go wherever they want to go in Jamaica? Thirdly, if they are to be held under some form of restriction or detention, what would be the legal basis for imposing any restriction or detention on them, given that they have come here not having committed any offense under our laws? Also, fourthly, there's a discrepancy in your statement, because it says that under the signed MOU, Jamaica will host only 25 third country nationals at any time. But it goes on to say there's a controlling mechanism, which you say is important, which says that there's no obligation to take any more once you have 10 here. How do you reconcile those two? I'm sure you have an answer, but I'd like to hear what the answer is. And fifthly, Minister, I would like to specifically ask, what is the motivation for Jamaica entering into this Memorandum of Understanding? There is no discernible benefit to Jamaica from taking third country nationals. Is it that there are benefits which have not been disclosed? After all, we only heard about this because of a leak to a newspaper resulting in the publication of a scoop yesterday, which is why you're here giving this statement today. Were that had not that happened, we wouldn't know. We'd all be in the dark. So I'd like to know, what is the motivation of the government in signing this MOU? If there's a benefit to Jamaica or there are benefits, what are those benefits? If on the other hand, there was other forms of inducement, negative or positive, to enter into it, what were those? The country has a right to know. This matter is of great concern to Jamaicans. We have never had a situation in the past where we have taken third country nationals pursuant to a bilateral arrangement. And the last point I wanted to raise, Minister, which I think is number 6, is whether you are aware that a federal court in the United States has ruled that the third country removal policy is unlawful, and that matter, the U.S. government is appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court. So the legal status of this arrangement under U.S. law is very unsettled. The only existing ruling that I'm aware of is one where a federal judge in the District of Massachusetts had said out of a class action lawsuit brought by 8 migrants, had ruled that this arrangement is unlawful under the laws of the United States. And that is, as I understand, being appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. So are you aware of that, Minister, in entering into this arrangement at this time? Should this not at least await legal clarity in the United States as to whether such an arrangement is proper under their law?
Opposition leader, you have gotten a lot of leniency.
Yes, I have. And I have one more question, Madam Speaker. And the last question I have is, when can we expect the tabling of the MOU in this Parliament so that the people of Jamaica can have access to see what it is that the government has signed them onto in circumstances where we wouldn't know if it wasn't for a newspaper? Thank
you, Madam Speaker. First,
hold on a minute, Minister. There is one additional person who would like to ask a question. Is that so? Pardon me? So it's yourself? Yes. And the latitude provided to the opposition leader will not be provided to you, other members. I'm asking you, stick to the question. So hold on, member. So it will, Member Campbell, I heard you very clearly. So, member of opposition did not quite ask questions. In his questions, he gave a lot of preamble and post-dance, but he got the latitude to do so in deference to him as leader of the opposition. So the first person will be St. Catherine Northwest, and then after that will be Westmoreland Eastern, and finally it will be the member from St. Anne Southeastern, after which the Minister of National Security will respond. Thank you, members.
thank you, Madam Speaker.
You turned off your mic, member from St. Catherine Northwest, which is why you are at the back of the queue. But you go ahead first.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Making reference to the report, it indicated that the agreed threshold of 10 individuals allowing for review of management is the maximum to remain in Jamaica. The question is, how long could that 10 remain in Jamaica at maximum?
First thing, let me reiterate. You are not permitted to ask questions asked already. That question was previously asked in terms of the length of time.
That's not so.
You need to listen when the members ask questions. Your member, yes, he asked about the length of time. And he's a spokesperson.
Chairman,
so I'm asking you to listen to each other. So, yes, so remember, you're not allowed to reiterate questions or statements made by other members. The limit and the duration was in the previous question.
Okay.
Thank you, member.
All right. Also, as it relates to the concern about not in my backyard, is there an indication of where these people will be held?
That question was also asked by the leader of the... that is two strikes, member.
Yeah, well, there's no standing order on strikes. So
no, there is. Would you like me to read the standing order for your member? Would you like me to read the standing order for you?
No, I don't.
Please do not allow us to go there. So
don't worry. Madam Speaker, third question. Yeah, all the time. Tell lie for me all the time. The number indicated at 25, is that a hard for the MOU or is that a for now number? Yes, well, answer that one as well. So, yeah, Madam Speaker, is that a hard number for the... duration of the MOU, or is that a for now, for today number?
So member, I'm using you for the teaching this week.
Yes.
You are not to ask the same question twice.
No.
Our hearing is excellent.
I was being
unless
disturbed by
unless the
goat man
minister
over there.
asked, I heard your question clearly and you weren't interrupted because it was a new question.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Final question. If there is information that creates security concerns for Jamaica, is there a return clause for these individuals if they are present? You don't listen to nobody. You sit down and answer.
Thank you. Thank you, member. Thank you. Member from Westmoreland, Eastern, your turn if you have your questions.
Here, I see you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise with my standing orders. And I rise with my standing orders looking at Standing Order 11A. Statement by ministers, and there are 3 subsections on that.
This part of the question and answer session is not restanding orders, and if you would like to continue, I will now move to the next member who is required to ask questions. Member from St. Anne Eastern, go ahead with your questions. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern, you're being allowed to ask your questions.
What is it governed by? No, if the question is not governed by the standing order, what is it governed by? What governs the question?
John. Members, you are required to go straight to your question. No, he doesn't need to read it for me, or for the House, or anyone else.
House leader. Just listen. Members. Member Campbell. And all the other members. The Speaker has simply said, when you rise, go into your questions. You don't know. There is no latitude to speak about standing orders. Members, we are in the section for questions and answers. Can the members just listen? We're in this section. Speaker. We're in the section of questions and answers to questions. The statement has already been given. The member has responded on behalf of the opposition, and we're now in questions. When the members rise, please ask your questions. You will be allowed to ask your questions. Your questions must be in accordance with 16.2. Just ask the questions, please.
Member from Westmoreland, Eastern. The House Leader has already given you some guidance. I have the standing orders right in front of me because, as Speaker, I am required to execute the management of this Honourable House in keeping with the standing orders. You do not need to read the standing orders because it is not included in questions and answers to questions. At this stage, you are only allowed to ask questions of the minister who gave the statement in respect of the statement actually given, and there was no statement given on standing orders. Now, you do not need to read Standing Order 11 or subsection that is quoted at 17 subsection 2 because I have the standing orders here.
Oh, all right. I see OTI reach out to me. I know that. All right. Let me repeat. The speaker has no idea what she's talking about. You will hear her brag later on saying that she's well acquainted with the standing orders. Not true. If you recall, she was instrumental in having MP Angela Brownburg removed from the parliament because she handled the mace. And if you watched our program, you will remember that the sequence in which she removed or she caused the removal of Angela Brownburg was not the sequence in which the removal should have taken place. She went all over the show. She quoted the wrong rule. And unfortunately, nobody in the parliament saw it or acknowledged it or brought it to her attention. And she got away with it. But she can't get away with that round here. You know, she just done say a while ago. She just done started talking about that. They're saying that the standing orders, they don't really apply when you have question and answer time. And she mentioned, and the gentleman in charge of government business in the House, Mr. Floyd Green, he mentioned 16.2, Rule 16.2. And remember they said that it has nothing to do with standing orders. Take a look at 16.2. All right, here's 16. Come on. Here's 16, right? And she mentioned 2. And Floyd Green mentioned 2. Look at 2. It says, if the speaker is of the opinion that any question of which a member has given notice to the clerk infringes the provisions of any standing order. See it right or so? So what you mean that standing order doesn't have anything to do with this? She can say that you have infringed on the provision of a standing order and therefore your question is out of order. So where should get this idea that standing order doesn't apply here? And you can't hear me? Hold on there. OT, you can't move that if you can't hear me, please. OT? Okay, thanks. No, move that. Not my, move this, please. Where it says no sound. You're right. See, try to sort the standing order, people. But it gets worse. Listen to this.
No, Member Campbell, if you believe that you manage the House and you do not follow the instructions given, I will move to the next member. Member, this is it. This is it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your question, member?
I have a series of questions. Yes. My first question is that in the information that was reported in the media, it said that...
You're not allowed in the standing orders to speak of information reported in the media. You are required to ask the minister questions from the statement he gave.
Minister, did a member of the government approach the United States of America to enter into this agreement? Was it initiated by a member of the government? That's question number one. Question number two. On what basis is the government of Jamaica willing to send back Cuban doctors but admit...
Member, your mic is off. So this statement was not in respect of anything other than the statement made by the Minister of National Security. Member, no. So incorporated in your question, member, should not be anything other than the statement by Minister given.
She's right.
The question I'm asking, Madam Speaker, the government has taken a decision to enter into a relationship with the United States to accept third country nationals who are being deported from the States. And I'm asking, what is the guiding philosophy of the government of the country that I was born and raised and live in that would allow us to accept persons from third countries who are being deported when we are turning back?
All right, so you refuse to listen to the ruling of the Speaker. It is obvious you do not appreciate that you are not allowed by the very same standing orders that you would like to guide me on to ask a minister questions that are not in his portfolio. No. Member.
She's right. The Cuban thing had to do with Ministry of Health.
And Member Campbell,
National Security.
Member from Westmoreland Eastern. Member from Westmoreland Eastern. You were reading Standing Order 11. If you would like some time, I will direct you to Standing Order 16 on contents of question 16A. Please read it.
I will move on.
She's right.
Minister, is there an exit clause to the agreement?
That question was asked already, so you weren't listening. That question was asked 2 times already. Next question.
Is there any penalty if Jamaica exits the agreement? Is there a supporting framework for the agreement? Will the full MOU with the operating protocols be...
That question was asked already.
With the operating protocols...
I just think it's to understand that you can't stop the people until you hear what the question is.
Madam Speaker, you laugh when they are disrupting the House. You need to call the House to order. You're laughing. You need to call the House to order. That's what you should be doing, is calling the House to order. Let me ask my question then in here, you will see. What happens, Minister, what happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? What happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? Can the U.S. override or challenge Jamaica's refusal to accept a set of transfers? Under what provision of Jamaican law will these persons be admitted? And the next question, has the government obtained any advice on the Constitution as to whether or not these individuals will be afforded any rights for the time that they are in Jamaica?
Does that constitute all your questions? Go ahead.
Question, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
My final question, Madam Speaker. My final question, Madam Speaker, is on what basis did we think it prudent to accept detainees from a third country when we refused to accept?
You, Member Campbell, think it is appropriate to disregard the instructions you have been given? The question was properly asked by the Leader of Opposition, so I'm sure the Minister will disregard your last question, as Will Hansard. Please allow the member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, what is the housing arrangement for the persons transiting? Right, but nuanced. Fitz spoke about the prisons.
No, let's not go into nuances.
So that is one. The second, I have another question.
So please ask questions that were not asked before.
No, I want to follow up on it. And oftentimes, as the standing order provides, we're not given the opportunity to follow up on the questions. So the Minister, is there any private involvement in the arrangement? Meaning...
Stop this. OT asks, what rule was broken for repeating the questions? It's right here. Let me show you. Thanks for asking the question. It's right here. A question shall not be asked which raises an issue already decided in the House, or which has been answered fully during the current session, or to which an answer has been refused. So if they asked the question already, you can't ask it again.
Any element of the housing or the accommodation, the local logistics be private as a part of the MOU? And the final question, 4 paragraphs from the end, Minister, looks almost like...
You know what, let me just stop it right there. Now that I think about it, let me go back to this. What they should have done is this. They should have said, Let me rub this out and show you something. Again, civics, my people. What they should have said is this, that when she said, oh, the question has been asked, they should have said, it has not been, and she said the question was answered. She should have said, when the gentleman right here said it's a nuanced question, he should say, because we did not get a full answer. Not just any answer. The answer must be full. And therefore, you can ask a nuanced question now. So what you do is you ask the question, and she's going to say that question was asked and answered. And then your retort will be, well, under rule 16, was it 16G? 16G, it says that if we don't get a full answer, then we can ask the question. And the question was not full, because here it is, I'm asking you a nuanced question. I'm asking a question that is not the exact question that was asked. It bears resemblance, but it's not the same question. That's how you deal with people like the speaker. But thanks again for the question.
Into an agreement, and so I just need clarity on it. It says the U.S. remains one of it speaks about our diaspora population and the fact that they maintain relationships back home, etc. So I want to know whether that was a part of the forced consideration or whether there was any force in terms of the consideration.
Don't leave that, people. We're going to get to a section that you're really going to see how
even though we had cut off,
the speaker doesn't quite get it.
No, I had actually closed before for Minister to respond. Yes, it can. The questions at the time, I checked on everyone and I closed and went to Minister. No. Minister.
Don't get hot now. Don't get hot now, people.
Minister. There. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just two questions to the Minister.
Member from St. Andrew West, you turned on your mic. However, I had closed with the Minister to respond. You're the last person. Two questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
yes,
Madam.
I did.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Go
Madam.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees and its protocols are referenced in this document. Is Jamaica, apart from being a party, do we have legislation in Jamaica to guide the implementation of this protocol? And if the answer is yes, then on what basis would we discriminate against persons from Haiti applying for refugee status?
Minister. 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 Minister, please respond to the question.
You see what happened? She glanced to her left, and who she said stand up? Her nemesis, Nikisha Burchell. See, watch her. Did she glance over there?
I have some. Minister, please answer the questions.
Relax, man.
Minister, please answer the questions asked.
People. Hold on, pound.
Cut off speaking, but she didn't say that to us before.
Minister, please turn on your mic, Minister. Any other mic, if you turn it on, it will be turned off again.
I have questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica. I would like an...
Minister, your mic.
Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses.
Madam Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses. You take instructions from the Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Go ahead,
Can I be
Minister.
protected? Madam Speaker.
Sit down.
Madam Speaker.
She wants to be
Speaker
heard.
has given the floor. Individuals are not detainees, Madam. Madam Speaker, may I indicate she is the chairman of this. She run the order.
Members, kindly take your seat and allow the minister to answer the questions asked of him. You don't need to get up on any point of order. You have no need to get up on any point of order. So, you are directed to answer the questions asked so far.
Of the immigration part, the street, the collection of the street, they heard in it. No, not the one. The thief take out. This is they're being sent to us. Madam Speaker.
I'm being denied an
Madam
opportunity
Speaker.
to ask questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica.
Madam Speaker.
About this program.
On behalf of the opposition to the leader of opposition business.
No, but you're all standing. Anyway, Madam Speaker, may I proceed?
Could you turn off the mics, everybody?
No, I didn't. Madam Speaker.
Member Michael, is that your mic or somebody beside you? Turn it off, please.
Madam Speaker. No, I did not hear. The lead, I take instruction from the speaker. Eh? No. The point of order. Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, please turn your mic off. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a matter of grave national importance. And I know that you would like for the people of Jamaica to get the answers that they deserve.
What is the House
absolutely
rule
nothing
that you're speaking
in the
to?
standing orders which would prevent our members from asking the relevant questions on this matter. In addition, I would like to know, because perhaps you're planning to take the questions in batches. Perhaps it is that you're going to allow the minister to answer the questions already asked, and then you plan to reopen questions for additional answers. Is that the case, Madam Speaker? If so, we'll await his response and then allow for others to ask questions.
It is a wonder that wasn't contemplated by the members who rudely stood up and decided to protest. House Leader. House Leader. House Leader.
No, so members. But that's she answered. She answered. There is no need to pull any hands up. The speaker asked for the persons who wanted to ask questions and persons. Allow me, no need. Sorry. Speaker, again, what would have happened is that you would have asked for persons who wanted to ask questions. They would have indicated. You would have given the persons who were going to ask, and then you would have called upon.
You are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies.
Yes.
You are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies.
Yeah. So, madam. Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Please allow the House Leader to speak. Please allow the House Leader to speak. And Member Nikisha Burchell. Member Nikisha Burchell. Marshall, once again, Member Burchell, in contravention to the standing orders, is using an electronic device and taping in the House. So, Member Burchell, the moment you, go ahead, Deputy.
Give me a minute, please. Madam Speaker, on a point of order. There is an attempt, Madam Speaker, I note that there is an attempt on a point of order. There is an attempt. A member across the floor has consistently been using her phone to record members in the House, which is a breach of the standing order.
See what happened a while ago? The speaker's husband, the prime minister, started having crosstalk. And what did she do? It's more like, what didn't she do? She didn't do this. See this? A member, of which the Prime Minister is a member of Parliament, desiring to speak shall rise in his place, and if called upon shall address his observations to the Speaker of Chairman. Look at the next sentence. No member shall speak unless called upon by the Speaker or Chairman. Why didn't she call her husband to order when he kept repeating, "You are a bully, you are a bully, you are a bully," and they had this crosstalk? Why didn't she say to him, "Listen, I have not recognized you. Under Rule 32(1), you can't speak until I tell you to speak. And I haven't told you to speak." And she allowed that to happen. Now, let's get to what she's talking about, Member Burchell.
Madam Speaker, I am asking that you name the member if the member continues to do that.
You have to sit down, man. You don't know what you're talking about. This is a joke, people. All right.
I am going to suspend the sitting for 5 minutes.
to suspend it. But remember this? I just want you to remember this.
Madam Speaker.
Take the questions in batches.
You would have given the person. We. Yes. So.
And we are not afraid of bullying.
Yeah. So, Madam.
I was listening if somebody was gonna say you're a criminal to him. I was wondering if somebody was going to say it to him, but the quorum took its proper place and they didn't say that to him. But there are other things they could have said to him as a retort to his statement that they were that somebody on the other side was a bully.
Madam.
You are a bully. You are a bully. You are a bully and you will not bully us. You are a bully. You are a bully.
Madam Speaker.
You are a bully.
Yeah.
Please allow the House Leader to speak. Please allow the House Leader to speak. And member Nikisha Burchell. Marshall, once again, Member Burchell, in contravention to the standing orders, is using an electronic device and taping in the House. So, Member Burchell, the moment you, go ahead, Deputy.
Give me a minute, please. Madam Speaker, on a point of...
All right, let me stop it right there. She said that Nikisha Burchell was using an electronic device to tape. Look at this. There's the rule she's referring to, 85A. And it says the use of laptop computers. Well, let me rub it out, yeah. So I can see what I deal with. It right here. The use of laptop computers or other devices serving similar functions is permitted. You can use a laptop or you can use a device. For what purpose? For this. For the purpose of taking notes or consulting reference material or as audiovisual aids to support parliamentary presentation. So, you can use a laptop, you can use any electronic device, provided you're using that device to take notes. Somebody's talking and you're using it, taking notes. Or you're consulting reference materials. You're doing a little bit of research. Or if you're using it to do a presentation in Parliament. Look at 85A2. It says the use of devices referred to in paragraph 1, which is laptop computers and other devices. They said the use of these devices is not, look at that, is not permitted for external communication with other individuals during proceedings of the House or in committee. So you know what that means? I've seen so many people using the phone to talk, including Minister Tufton, including the Prime Minister. And I'm sure a lot of them, what they're doing, they're texting people, they're communicating. It says it's not permitted for external communication. I don't hear her calling anybody out. I hear her calling out Nikisha Burchell. But what about when the other folks are using their devices? I don't hear her calling them out. I do not. Remember this rule, people, 85A. You cannot use a cell phone or a computer, laptop. Or you can only use them for 3 purposes in Parliament. 1, take notes. 2, do research. 3, use as audiovisual for presentation. separate and apart, you cannot use that device for external communications with somebody. Now, if I were arguing for Nikisha Burchell, the attorney in me would say, where does it say that it is not permitted to take photographs or to make a video? Where does it say that in 85A? Where does it say that? Point it out to me. Because guess what, people? It doesn't say that. It says you cannot use it for external communication. That's the part you would, because she's saying, what she's saying is that you can't use it, right? It's saying that 85A is saying you can use it for these purposes. And 85A1, 2, and that's why I tell you, they need to rewrite these rules. And 85A2 says you cannot use it for these reasons. So if you're using, and remember, you can't use it for external communication with somebody during the proceedings. And if she says, look, I'm making a video, I'm taking pictures, I'm not communicating with anyone. And the rule says that it is not permitted for external communications, but it is permitted to take notes, use as consulting reference materials, or used to consult reference materials or audiovisual aid to support parliamentary presentations. I would say 85A2. And if she says 85A1, then I would say, well, I'm taking notes. Taking notes doesn't necessarily mean that you have to jot something down. In this technological age, taking notes could be this, making a video. And actually making a video is probably even better than taking notes. But who am I? I'm just an observer of our parliament and the dereliction of duty coming from the chair. It is sad, people. It is sad. Listen, there is so much. OT has another, she has like another, where is it? OT has another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos. But we can't play them because people have to go to bed. And you can't, y'all can't be like me, right? You can't get by with 2 hours, 3 hours a night. So we have to be considerate of you. We know you want to stay with us, but we know that you have work to go to in the morning, or you have chores to do in the morning, and we don't want to keep you up late. But I want to show this thing here. OT.
All right, so I'm gathered at the scene of the demonstration in Crossroads this morning, where a number of Jamaicans wearing yellow are here, and they are demonstrating against what they said are a number of moral and ethical issues. And some of them include the unknown contents of the Memorandum of Understanding between the government of Jamaica and the United States about accepting what is called deportees to Jamaica. We don't know yet. We don't know yet the contents of that. And also, one person said that amongst the other issues include Andrew Wheatley remaining in the cabinet of the government. They say that the country is swamped with a number of moral, ethical issues. People are come with placards. This one says, "No more excuses."
This one says this government is not for the people. So for the time being, Erica Virtue reporting from Crossroads.
No way that we can have anything called good governance that is based on lies, and this call today is simple, very simple. Number one, we say release and publicize the MOU. Please hold the MOU to be tabled in Parliament so that the people can see what you have been doing supposedly on our behalf. We employ you for the Prime Minister. You answer to us. As we said, very simple and very clear, we are demanding also, we're not asking, we're not making no request that the government of Jamaica employ to us, take the money that they have for relief, for providing relief for Jamaicans. 9 months later, people are on the tarpaulin, people are on the bench, people are on the trees. We are saying, spend the money responsibly on what it was intended for. No, we are not for sale. We will not participate in any TCN program. We shall not. We will not join the United States in carrying out acts of illegality against any people of the world in our legislation that support or participate in acts of international illegality.
Abide by the Constitution of
Abide by the
Jamaica.
Constitution
Yes.
of this country. Anything that you do that is illegal, do not do it in our name.
No!
Not in my name. Not in our name.
Yeah, people, that was the protest held in Jamaica on Tuesday, sponsored in part by Advocates Network, a group of well-meaning, talented, intelligent, dedicated Jamaicans whose primary focus is to seek government accountability. And whenever you do that, and I turn on the phone, to take some calls, but I have to turn it off because it's too late. Let me just turn it off. I apologize to Elaine, Dawn, and the rest of you who had asked me if I was going to take some calls. I planned on it and I was overtaken by events. But the Advocates Network, I don't know how long they were planning this event. My knowledge of it came about last week, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think they had a very good turnout considering the promotion or the promotional effort behind it. And I think this is registering with the people of Jamaica now, and it's also registering with the government of Jamaica that the people are fed up of this nonsense. My fervent hope is that this is the first of many protests in Jamaica. And keep in mind that when I speak of government accountability, I can't speak for anyone's interpretation of it, but let me give you mine. My interpretation of it is not to call for regime change. When I speak of government accountability, my reason for asking for government accountability is that the government will do what it is required to do. It will do what it promised to do. It will do that what it must do for the citizens for whom they represent. It's a chance for them to sit and say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we made a mistake. We need to change course and do the right thing. But in this case, they don't see it as that. They can never admit to doing something wrong. It's almost as if they're saying we're infallible. We don't make mistakes. When was the last time you hear a government minister said, I take full responsibility for that which happened because it is within my portfolio and it was wrong, it should have been done? When was the last time you hear, including the Prime Minister, when was the last time you hear that? There's no remorse around here. None from these folks. And when you ask questions, and I have it right here, when you ask questions, they treat it as if you're committing a crime. When you ask questions, legitimate questions, we're not talking about questions about someone's personal life. It's their business. We're talking about their public life. We're talking about their responsibility to the public. When you ask questions, you get labeled. When you ask questions, they say, you're treated as if you're committing a crime. How dare you ask those questions? And it says, and when you raise your voice, they call you political. So you know what that means? It means that this is not a democracy. And you shouldn't ask questions or raise your voice. That's what it means. They have an intolerance for scrutiny. And remember, people, let me remind you, it's a democracy. And democracy invites scrutiny. Scrutiny is part and parcel of democracy. The people have provided their representatives with the authority to exercise on their behalf. Their meaning the people. And when the people ask questions as to, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? The question is treated as a crime, and you are treated as the political opposition. Think about that, people. Then how can we reach anywhere? How can Jamaica thrive and succeed when we have this arrogance about us? Sometimes they don't even listen to the question. They start shutting you down. And we see it. We see examples of it in Parliament. And the people shutting you down, they don't even know the rules. What a thing. What a go on in a John shop? What a go on in a John shop, my people? And you know, my dear friend Jeffrey Tavares has always said that we must be the change that we seek. And he's so right. And I was very happy to see that people were out there in Crossroads registering their dissatisfaction about the government's standing or the government's stance on 3 issues. One, Minister Wheatley's continued service in the government. They're saying, no, he should be removed. They removed him once already. So why is he still there now? After this damning report from the commission. 2, the monies for Melissa relief. Hurricane Melissa relief. We haven't gotten a proper accounting, and we do know that the Auditor General said that less than 3% of the money is collected, and I suspect that she's talking about donations, and we're talking about over $1 billion. less than 3% spent. And the hurricane came and went more than 6 months ago, about 8 months ago. And the third issue, this issue of the TCN / deportee issue, where the government signed an MOU to receive 25 deportees, no matter what they call them, they're deportees from the US every 2 weeks. Those were the three issues that they were protesting about. And protesting is a right in a democratic society. Freedom of speech, right to assemble. And so those of you who would treat the protest and the protesters with disdain, think again. Think, if you would not have people speak simply because they're speaking against a government you support totally. Because if you support the government with any kind of objectivity, you would understand that those three issues, they affect you. And that you should be out there as well. But if you believe that people shouldn't speak simply because you don't agree with them, then you're asking for totalitarianism. You're asking for a government of one party, one mandate. We don't have that in Jamaica, at least not yet. We have a democracy, and in a democracy, all voices must contend. And we can agree to disagree, but we must listen, and we must be patient, and we must not be arrogant. And so, my people, as we close tonight, it's been a long program. I just want to tell you, I thank each and every one of you for joining us. But if you have any questions regarding this TCN / deportee issue, reach out to us. Join us this Saturday. We have one main issue, but if you want to talk to us, and I apologize for not turning the phone on, but if you want to talk to us a little about this, then join us this Saturday, because it's a very significant issue. And the government is not telling us the truth and the whole truth. We're getting bits and pieces of the truth, surrounded by a whole bunch of lies. They can't get their story straight. They can't get the story straight. The beauty about telling the truth is that you don't have to remember what you said. And here we know they're not telling the truth because they can't remember what was said in cabinet, because Minister Chang come out and him say one thing, Dixon come out and she said something, the Prime Minister is saying something, and they're all off script. If you listen to them keenly, if you listen to them carefully, if you measure their words, you will understand that what they're saying is not what they're all in agreement on. It may sound to you like they're in agreement on something, because you'll hear the word conflation. They say, oh, they conflated the TCN with the structured migrant or migration policy. You'll hear that. But if you listen carefully to them, you'll understand that they're only, let's assume that because these people have a university education, let's assume, not just for the sake of this point, let's assume that they know what they're talking about. Then the only conclusion you can come to is that they're trying to work their way out of this, and they're trying to bamboozle the Jamaican population with fancy speech and deft hand movements, fancy footwork, mental gymnastics. It's what they're doing. But we've come a long way, my people. We're too smart for that. We don't succumb to those tricks any longer. We're a population now that is able to discern what's being said and what's not being said. And when they try to confuse us, we can decipher that. We can. So, again, I want to take the time to thank all of you immensely for making the choice to be here tonight and to listen and to learn and to contribute. And again, I apologize for not having the contribution greater than just the chat, the telephone. But I hope that when you walk away from this program, you will be able to talk to people about the difference between these two programs, in the sense that it's one program that the government spoke to the US government about. It's the TCN. And now they're looking for cover. And they're claiming that, oh, Audrey Marks spoke about this, the structured migration program, and people are conflating it. It's one program, two explanations, one big fat lie. They have not told us the truth. And we must demand it. People, the struggle continues. See you in class on Saturday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. OT, lead us out. OT can't lead us out. OT then, all right.
Build no school, think them up the hang but of the most high room. They better stop criticizing.
Oh, play my tune.
Okay. You know the man no lazy.
Oh, you want to get the dub plate? Hold on there. Teacher.
Never test the Rattigan. You think the money a selector? Straight sniper. Cool no street soldier. You think the money a talker? They go and go tree ready. Select a boy, prepare for me Jamaica. Booyaka. Boy, you coulda run as fast as you can. Ratty gonna snipe you. You coulda run as fast as you can. sides for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Step up him, step up, all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for yeah. You coulda run till you can't run no more. You coulda hide till you can't hide no more. You coulda run till you can't run no more. No, you coulda hide till you can't hide no more. Ratty gonna find you and enlive you and fry you. Select a bone for fry, cause them no bona fide. Hey, select a get on live, select a guy get wild live. Yo, Rattigan, snipe another one. Yo. Guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Step up him, step up, all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Rest them life.
People, before we go, See, quite a few of you still online, still with us. We are going to leave with this one song here. Oti, I hope we don't get a strike because of this. You tell me, say, well, good. All right, here we go, people.
Years, you say. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew I live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends, them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in your politics we ever see. Holness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know, hear us. We are not on the door. Holness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Holness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You're bringing the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate, done and it just smoke. And when we raise we voice so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
Pull up.
10 years, you say. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew I live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends, them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in your politics we ever see. Holness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know, hear us. We are not on the door. Holness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Holness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You're bringing the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate, done and it just smoke. And when we raise we voice so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Time to go. Time to go. The people, they say no. We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know, hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people cupboard empty. Oh, you live so large when we living so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice. Them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking, and I'm not too late. Hey. Time to go. The people. We said no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know, hear us. We are not for the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.
See y'all on Saturday at 3 p.m. New York time, 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Big up on yourself. Bless up.